I'm just gonna come in. Steve,
He's just coming on in.
Woo! I can see you. You look so good. I don't
You
know
too,
how to
buddy.
make you fuller screened. How do you get you bigger?
I'm tweeting to let people know that we're doing this thing.
Oh, I forgot to tweet.
It's my social media clout that pulls people in,
Absolutely. Yeah, please. I should tweet it right now. I'm gonna give it some old tweetage. For anyone that's around, there's about 9 people here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. And me as well. And how are the levels? Are you getting too much, Trav?
Forget Steve. Can you hear me okay?
Rude.
No,
I've been disrespected.
Can you hear me okay? Can you also hear Steve? And then can you just hear Jason Heine? Because I think it's important that you just hear him.
Mm-hmm. Just a sprinkle of the Heine.
Oh. Yeah. That's the stuff.
Oh. Steve is pretty hot and rich? Okay, I can turn me down a little. Does that help?
Honestly, you do come in a little hot.
Is that a little better? How you liking that? We gave it the old low gain.
You sound the same.
I turned my knob a little to the left.
All right. How's everybody doing out there? Hello Pam. Hello Top Spot. Mighty Q Dog. I know a Mighty Q Dog's here. I know why he's here. Somebody said Sega Master System. He rolled out of bed and drunkenly strolled down the hallway to his computer to see what was going on.
Dun dun dun.
Never before seen.
Round
Well,
2,
I've
no
seen
great.
you now. You're there now. Dean, of course. Howdy do. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. Oh, Sir Real Killer. I wouldn't dare miss someone named Sir Real Killer. Sir, how are you? Please. How's it going? I hope you don't know my address. Great. So, Steve, why are we here again? Please tell the people why we're here. I get so tired of explaining it.
Well, you know what? We have a lot of video games. We talk about a lot of video games, but we don't have a lot of opportunity to share the collection. We've got these whole big rooms full of games, and for the last year and a half, we haven't been allowed to let people in and rub their fingers along them, get a little bit of dust, wipe it off, and just appreciate it. Point out, I had that game as a kid. Ooh, I've never heard of that one. What system is that? And so we're taking charge. You know what? We're masters of our own destiny. We're sitting down and we're doing it ourselves. And today we're doing Sega.
Sega!
That was probably too loud. For my daughter, not for the stream. Yeah, I'm excited for the Sega stuff. We did Sony last time. That lasted 2 and 3 hours. 3 hours, maybe? 3 and some change? I don't know. But we had a lot of games. A lot of systems. We went all the way through the Nuon. We brought the R-Zone into it a little bit. Somebody wafted a CDI game past the screen for a second.
It was a good time. It was a single CDI game, but it worked.
I'm coming in pretty quiet in comparison. Let me just put the microphone in front of my face. Is that better? Is this more enjoyable for everyone?
I had to take my microphone away from my face because everyone was like, hey, eat grapefruit. Your mouth sounds horrible. And I'm like, I'm going to keep drinking this coffee and you're going to deal with it. So.
I don't know what that means at all.
You don't know what that means? You're supposed to eat something citrusy before you record because it gets rid of the mouth sounds.
Okay. All right. Let me see. How's that? I hit a button. Is that better? Is anybody?
You hit the more button.
There is actually a more button. It says more dB. I flipped it. So we'll see. We'll wait for some feedback here. Top Spot says better, good. And he really just wants us to get on with it. You can tell. Fox Mulder, hello, how are you? How's solving weird crime? Better with button. Okay, good. Well, I will keep that button engaged. Good times. Okay. So, once again, we are doing a collection showcase. If you missed the last one, we go through a whole bunch of our systems, show off some valuable stuff, some rare stuff. We don't have it all. I will say Steve has a lot of it, but we don't have it all. But we do have some stuff that we're proud of, and like he said, we're just looking forward to showing it off. So we got our Sega stuff here today. One thing you'll notice, and this will come out more distinctly in this episode than last episode, is that Steve is a complete in box kind of guy. I am a dirty loose cart collector. You'll see that today. I don't think it was as evident last time. We showed off all disc, PS stuff, PlayStation stuff. And today, when we get to the Genesis, you're going to find that I am just scum. I am a filth monster. You know, I roll around with the pigs. But I don't care. They still play. How many parts is this? At least 5, we think. I don't know. We'll figure out what we're going to do next, but last time was Sony, this time is Sega. Eventually, we're going to have an Atari night and a Microsoft night, and probably 2 Nintendo nights, because, man, so much Nintendo stuff.
There's a lot of Nintendo. Maybe we'll have to split it up. Handheld and non, even that is a lot. I would say we are almost guaranteed to have at least 5 more, counting this one, so 6 total.
Yeah. I found another console that I forgot I had the other day. I was like, I don't even know where to put this. The old Socrates. It's just a learning thing, but it's complete in box. My wife found it in her attic.
Counts. Do you have a Casio Loopy?
No. Now you're just showing off.
I wish you had a Loopy.
Do you have a Loopy?
No. You know everything I have. We made a spreadsheet.
I was going to say, if you do, you didn't put it in the spreadsheet. Very good. All right, so let's get into it. I guess we'll just kick off with the Sega Master System, since I know Mighty Q-Dog has to go to bed soon. So, Steve, tell me about your history with the Sega Master System. Do you have one? Did you grow up with it in the house?
No. I wish I could even remember when I got it. So, the Master System was I was very late to the Master System. I was one of those kids that grew up and didn't know the Master System even existed, despite the fact that my first console ever was a Genesis, which we'll talk about later. So I got my Master System, I think, somewhere in the early 2010s. That's mostly when I started exploring to find consoles I'd never heard of before. But I'll be honest, I have a nice stack of games, but I feel like I really haven't explored the Master System at all. It's like my collection of Master System is 5 or 6 games I got with the Master System, and then every couple of conventions I buy one game that I'm interested in, and that's where I land. So I only have 11 total games on the console.
Let's see them. I'm going to put them up on the screen here. I've got your picture. Now, let's see, those are some pretty pristine looking boxes to me. You've done a good job cultivating a good group.
Well, when we get down to them dirty dogs, we'll see if you agree with me on that. We have at least one yucko in there. Oh. But yeah, we've got a solid little collection, and I think the last time I bought a Master System game was maybe 3 years ago. So I would consider myself Master System illiterate, or whatever one stage above illiterate is.
All right. Well, maybe show us something here. I got you full on there on the video, so you have a little show and tell action? Or do you want do I show mine off? I forgot how this works.
I think we can do whatever you want. I've got a stack of 5. I've got my top 5 here. I don't know if you have that many to show.
I do, but they're not 5 crazy good ones. It's mostly just how ass my collection is. So I don't know. Maybe okay. Let me just show off my picks, and then we'll go back and forth. That makes more sense. So let's see here. All right. So I have there's the first half. So I don't know how many I have actually. Maybe 14. So I have one loose one. Now you'll be proud. This is the only collection where I have fewer loose than in box. So there you go. I have Alf. Nice. Alf loose. I also have the Super Tennis, the little Hue card there, and then the rest of those in the box. And then I also have those there. So not many, and it's the Master System, so the look of it is very consistent. You got the graph paper there with the clip art, and they didn't lose a lot of sleep when they coming up with the art, I'll say.
That's last in the pipeline.
Absolutely. So,
but that pro wrestling box art though,
you gotta love that.
For the ages.
You gotta love that. So yeah, let's go back and forth a little bit. What do you have that's cool?
All right. First up here, my number 5 could have been a lot of things. So it's I just kind of picked this one as a cautionary tale for people. First one we got here, we got a Shinobi. It's a nice little Shinobi action.
Look at that Shinobi.
That's a pretty good Shinobi.
Yeah.
So this one, I actually looked. I think this is not really my 5th most valuable. Look, I got a little writing on the inside there, a little pen. Someone wrote a little pink pen password on it.
Wonder what that is.
I was really surprised. I looked this up on Game Value now, and it was like, oh, this is like a $60 game. I was like, there's no way Shinobi's a $60 game on Master System. But I think there was like one auction for a different version of Shinobi that bumped everything up. I think it's more like a $25 game. But basically everything I have is $25 games other than the 4 games that I've really actively sought out. So
cool.
I've played this one a little bit. It's fun. It's hard.
Yeah. You gotta love the Shinobi though. It usually plays pretty well. A lot of people in the chat there were making fun of the art, and someone was asking, "Is that wrestler cradling a head like a baby?" That was from Pam. Now I have to go look. So I was gonna pop out here and see if I could go find that. Is that wrestler cradling that head like a baby? He's cradling his. What is that? His own head?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never really paid attention to that. Huh. I don't think that's how you wrestle. I think that's a seppuku. That guy just ended it.
It's implying that this is more of a survival horror game than I think pro wrestling on Master System really is.
Amazing. Okay. Well, here's the thing. All of mine pretty basic. You saw there. We could show off whatever. Here's my problem with my collection, Steve. I got most of my games from one guy, and I saw he was selling them, and I didn't have a Master System at the time, so it was a Master System with like 10 games, and from what I could see on this Craigslist post, they were all in the box. And so that's why I ended up with all those boxes. Hit or miss on the manuals, but all the boxes, so that was cool. And it was a pretty good price. It was hard to say no to. So I didn't really scrutinize it too much. But then I get home, and I'm perplexed by this, but in most of these games, I'm going to grab them here. Let me see if it's all the ones that I pulled off. Okay, there's a couple that it's not true for. But for all of the games I got in that lot with that dude, all of the backs are either missing or the barcode is cut out. So let me go full screen here, full trav. So here's Rocky and Outrun, looking pretty good so far. You know, we have spines. That's great. You want that? No art on the back. What is it? What is going on? It's awful.
How did that even happen?
I don't know why anybody would take the back out. It's the same with Enduro Racer. You know, looking pretty good here. We've got a nice looking spine. And then boom, no back. And then look, the back, somebody punched it. They were so mad there was no art back there, they said, I'm taking a hammer to this, which isn't great.
That is sad. So you picked this up from Craigslist. Did you notice that until you got it home? Or did you not see that later?
I didn't notice it. He had them down in the box. Everything's all good. It all works. It all works. It's just this part. I mean, again, it was like $40 for all this stuff. I can't complain too much, but I was very disheartened, especially like, you know, we just don't have the UPC for whatever reason. Like, did you steal this, man? Did you steal this from the Walmart you bought it all from in 1985? And this is for pro wrestling, our favorite cover there. So,
was there ever like a giveaway or a sweepstakes or something, or like you cut out the UPCs and mailed it in, and you got like a sick Master System leather jacket or something like that?
I don't know. It was like mailing your receipts, and they were like, receipts? How about I just mail you all the UPCs off the back to prove that I own these things? No, please don't do that. You're hurting your games. But yeah. So that's you know, in terms of conversation pieces for my Sega Master System collection, that's it. It's just like, hey, look at this shit. Look how all of the backs are ruined.
Oh, that's just sad. I mean, okay, but is there anything on Master System that you're trying to track down?
I would love to have Govelius.
Ideally with a back?
Yes, Govelius is one that I really, really want. I know that that is our friend. We should shout out Mighty Q-Dog here, has a complete Sega Master System collection, which is pretty impressive. He's the resident expert on the system. He has a lot of videos. Go check out his channel that talks about that system inside and out, all of his collection history and his big pickups and all that stuff. It's fantastic. I've seen him play Govelius. I've known a lot about Govelius. If that's even how you say it, I'm not sure. But I really do want it. Action adventure game on the old Sega Master System. And it looks great.
Well, I'll show you my number 4 then real quick. It's Govelius. It's a action RPG game on the Master System. Looks great. No, this game's actually really good. I got this one Midwest Gaming Classic in 2017, I think. It is very fun, but I haven't had a chance to actually get all the way through it yet. I think I played it for a couple of hours. This one is good too, because this one also...
I'll trade you a handful of UPCs for it.
See if we can get the camera to focus on this. It has passwords, and then it also says "Dead Tree Behind Rocks."
Oh,
someone wrote a little tip to themselves.
Oh, the right
one is cracked.
Oh no!
I love stuff like that.
Me too.
So I don't think I've gotten to the point where that tip is helpful to me. But oh my gosh, I didn't even remember this. There's more. So not only that, but look at this. They took the time to write all these passwords on the back.
Good handwriting too. You love to see it.
And they're using the scorebook for even more passwords. I'll never need to go to GameFAQs in my life when I play Gold Valley.
You love to see it. Man,
you do.
I do like stuff like that, though. It's like finding old cryptic artifacts or like evidence or something. It's cool.
Oh, I love it, yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
Very cool.
Okay. Around Christmas of '88, you can get Double Dragon free with UPCs. Maybe that's what it is. You had a Double Dragon in there, right? Is that Double Dragon complete? Does it have its UPC?
Let's see. Did I? I don't have the Double Dragon in here. I'd have to go look. Actually, ironically, I think my Double Dragon has the back. I think I bought that from a separate lot.
Oh, I thought that we were gonna get the Double Dragon in that same lot with all of its UPCs, and we'd have a little environmental storytelling to explain where those all went.
Well, I wish. But that is a bummer. That is a bummer about the whole thing. I mean, I think I'm going to shout out another person that is in the chat currently, Top Spot, who's, all about fixing up your boxes, organizing your games, finding ways to add labels, all this stuff. I could probably just go to the Cover Project and print out some not legitimate ones, but print out some better looking ones to put over top of these and make it look better. I just haven't done it yet. I was too heartbroken I just don't even want to look at them. Like, ugh. I'd rather have loose than that. What do you think? Is that worse than loose to you?
The ones that are completely missing the back, yes. The ones that are missing the UPC, I could make my peace with. I don't really mind if I have a game where they've punched the UPC like a review copy, so
sure.
I would just in my head say that they punched it with a large rectangular hole punch and go from there.
Like a livestock brander or something, yeah. Okay. What else do you have? Because I think I'll say, I have a couple more I could show off that I enjoy, but yeah.
Yeah, well, we can run through these here. We've got, next up, this is my dirty boy. So we got Phantasy Star, and from the front you're like, it's okay. But then you pay a little closer attention, you realize it's a little grody. Oh. And then it hits you with the side is real grody. Oh no. Somebody dropped this puppy in the slush on their way home from school or something.
Maybe. Or you could say that was the only thing that survived the house fire. So you can flip it, make it positive.
Yeah, there you go. But
the whole family was gone, but they found that Phantasy Star.
I did this to myself. Like, I don't regret buying this, but this didn't like come in a lot, and I just kept it. I used to go every Monday. I'd go game shopping with some friends of mine. We'd hit up like 2 or 3 local stores, and it just kind of became like an excuse to get burritos, drive around, hang out, and then we get some games every now and again too. So I used to be like pretty up to date on the stock that all the retro stores around me had, and one of the stores got in a Master System lot, and this copy of Phantasy Star was in it. And I had never seen a copy of Phantasy Star in one of these shops before, and I was like, I do really want it. And I think he wanted 35 or 40 for it, something like that, which was discounted because it's grody, and was a decent deal at the time. So I was like, all right, I'll buy it. I'll upgrade the box later. And then obviously I never have. And so it's real disheartening to walk by the Master System spines and always see that, but it's not common to just come across a Phantasy Star box only or insert only for a price that I want to pay. So
right on, man. Yeah, I hear you.
It's a bit of yuck.
RCR 1020. That's Rob from Classic Gaming Podcast. If you guys listen to DrunkFriend, Rob's been on DrunkFriend, but he also keeps sending us emails about counting crows, which has been a fun ongoing thread, which is a lot of fun. So how's it going, Rob? Thanks for hanging out. The next two I'm going to show, they aren't special. They're just honestly the two best looking games in my Master System collection. We have Ghostbusters and Wonder Boy. These are just in the best shape. You could, it's their starter set basically for a Sega Master System collection. Nothing really to write home about, but when you look at the other crap I have with all the cutout rear art and UPCs and no manuals or waterlogged manuals, you just can't beat these. That's what I'm talking about. I put these near the rest of them so that the other ones can look up to these and say, this is what I should have been. I should have been in better shape. Should have taken care of myself.
Something about a clean Master System game, it feels like someone tried really hard to make it happen.
Sure.
They are so easy to crinkle up, get grody. Also, I don't know if I've ever in my life seen a nice looking Master System manual for any game at all. They're always crunchy in some way or another. So
yeah, I don't know what was going on with that. They dropped like a whole shipment of them into the Bering Strait and then had to fish them all out. And they're all waterlogged for some reason. I have a great basketball manual. Don't even have great basketball. Somehow I have the manual and it's waterlogged. I don't know how I ended up with it.
I think that they start waterlogged, and if you drop them in water, then they straighten out and get normal. And just it hasn't come up that much.
They're like the sea monkeys. Put them in water and they activate. This is the only game that I've beaten on the Master System. It's Alf. It was a couple weeks ago. If you know what you're doing, there's about 10 minutes of your life you can just completely knock out by beating this game. If you don't know what you're doing, you're looking at hours of agony. I think, and I don't know the rules of the penal code or how you get this to work, whatever, but I think we could maybe use this as corporal punishment. Just you got 20 years of trying to figure out how to beat Alf. Of course I used a walkthrough. There's no good hit detection in this. It's terrible. It didn't even make me feel nostalgically warm about Alf. I hated Alf more than I did when I saw the show. It's just not fun. I will say his sprite looks good in the game. I'll say that. Oh,
did you get Alf in that lot, or did you buy it separate? And also, glitch hunting gamer, thanks for hanging out at all. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Generic Shooters is in the house. He seems to not like the Master System. So there you go. All right. No, that was not a Polykill spoiler. Although the beating Alf was a couple episodes ago. So shame on you. I didn't remember. All right.
Yeah. Boo. Well, it seems like I'm being a little coy boy, but I'm not. You actually keep giving me incredible segues. Let me show you my next one here, which is also the only Master System game that I own that I've actually finished. That's Alex Kidd in Shinobi World.
Now, is that a good one?
This is a really fun game, very short, but I mean, it's a fun 2D side-scrolling platformer. This is, and I think all are, but this is one of them blue cart variants, or blue carts, blue labels. And I think some games have labels that are both, and some are just that one color. I shouldn't even guess that, because like with QDog in the chat, they'll just correct information live on the spot, so I can't pretend like I know more than I actually do. But it's a very fun game, and very beatable. You can sit down and beat it in 30 minutes or so, because it's only about 4 levels. Yeah, I agree, Top Spot. Very fun game. Very good.
Huh. Isn't that something? Pam said that this stream was nicely produced, and I'm not sure if she means it. I'm not good at detecting sarcasm, but if she means it, then thank you. I did try hard to pretend like I know what I am doing. And let's see, QDog asked if I really did play Alpha more than 9 minutes. I did. I will say a full run, you're looking at about 11 minutes. Get in there, give it a whirl. It's pretty awful. Pretty awful. Okay.
I don't know, Dean, if they're going to remake Alex Kidd in Shinobi World. At this point, I never want to say that any game is truly in like the prison of the console it came out on, because so many things get re-released and remade, and you can never really guess, but I'd be shocked. Shocked.
Yeah. Okay. Was that it for our Sega Master System stuff? I mean, I don't want to belabor anything, but I don't know. Did we give it enough attention? Did we love on it enough?
Let's close it with my last one here. It's a good system.
You got more, all right.
All right. my top dog is also my favorite game that I've played on Master System. Is Golden Axe Warrior. Have you played this one?
Oh no, I have not.
Do you know about this one?
I've seen it in the list. I don't know anything about the gameplay.
It is Legend of Zelda.
Axe. Oh no shit!
It is. Yeah, if you look at them screenshots, it is a Legend of Zelda clone, and a fun one, and a competent one, and a very good one. People are going to ask, and I'll confirm now. Yes, this is not the one with the sticker, so it's not the one that people want. You know, there's that like run of 4 or 6 or something Master System games that have stickers to denote the North American status, the North American UPC. Sonic
are those usually on the back? Because I have no idea.
Yep.
All my
so
UPCs
what
are
happened?
gone.
They'll put it right there. Well, you'd have the sticker still, because it would be on
so?
top of the
You
plastic.
think it'd be on top of the plastic? Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, so this is not the one with the sticker, but it's still good. It's still fun, and it's very enjoyable. This one I'll probably go through on stream actually, because it's very stream friendly, and it's a real hidden gem, as the kids say.
Which is weird because it has a well-known franchise name right there in the old title. I had no idea.
Exactly.
I would have assumed side-scrolling bad port of a arcade beat 'em up. I had no idea it was Legend of Zelda E.
Oh, and it's very, very Legend of Zelda E. Top Spot. Oh, it's on Sonic's Ultimate Game Collection, according to Top Spot, which I probably should have known but didn't. That's very cool. So you can not have to pay the prices that goes for in order to play that game, which is very cool.
Fair enough, man. So I won't go Velius really bad. I've been looking for it for a long time for a price that I could be comfortable with. What are you looking for next for the Sega Master System?
I mean, it's like I said, I haven't explored the library fully as much as I should. The ones that I don't have that I know I want are the shooters. So Power Strike and Cloudmaster and stuff like that. But there's other ones that I'd be like interested in checking out, like Captain Silver, I think is the name of it. But there's also like an enormous PAL library for Master System that I haven't even begun to explore. So I feel like this would be a good one to do some deep digging on. But in terms of the North American games, I mostly want Power Strike and Cloudmaster.
Cool. And now I'm going to add, was it Golden Axe Warrior? Was that the name of it?
Yeah, Golden Axe Warrior. And you should definitely check it out. It's really good.
For sure. All right. Do you have any of the Hue cards, by the way? Any of the, whatever you call
No, I only have the carts. I only have the big bulky boxes. I've never plugged the Hue card into my Master System.
Yeah, it works pretty well. Pretty fun as far as 8-bit tennis goes. I put 6 minutes into this and I had a blast, so there you go. I don't even know how I got that. I just found it. Might have come with all of that bad UPC lot that I picked up, but yeah. All right.
Q-Dog validating Power Strike is fantastic. That's what I like to hear. You want to try Zillion? Zillion is fun. Oh, that's another one too. Thank you, Never Before Seen. I'd also like to get Zillion 2, which I know it is a different type of game from the original Zillion, but I would like to have them both next to each other, sitting side by side, best friends.
Top Spot asks if you're gonna break out the 3D glasses.
Do you have the 3D glasses? You're the one with the 3D game.
I don't have 3D glasses. You can make them.
No. Yeah, I don't know what type of technology the Master System 3D glasses uses, but I don't have anything fancy for the Master System. It's like my Master System is just the system with one controller and the stack of games.
You don't have the light gun? I do have the light gun.
No light gun. No, or I think it's the phaser gun or whatever it's called.
Although mine has been, I've super glued it back together like 10 times. Every time that thing comes near the floor, it shatters. It's just hollow. There's like barely any components in it. It's just a hollow piece of plastic. So every time it hits, it explodes. So yeah, it's pretty worked out. But yeah, all right. So we moving into the Game Gear. You think? Yeah, is that what I have next?
I believe so.
It is.
I am vamping for time. Yeah.
Okay. Let's pull up some Steve pictures of that Game Gear situation. Again,
yeah, let me grab them here.
CIB. I mean, that's a good looking set. I gotta say, I love the colors. Just you have the purple, which was always very familiar, but I guess that early run went black and green, black and blue, kind of.
Yeah, I'm most nostalgic for that purple, but I love a Game Gear box. I think it's something about the Game Gear being hard to track down the boxes for. It's just, it feels good.
They are hard to track down, man. Have you found these to be really pricey?
Yeah, it used to be. I used to think of Game Gear as like the system with the highest premium on cardboard, other than maybe like getting the outer boxes for TurboGrafx games. But I mean, in 2021, when prices of everything have gone crazy, like that's not as true anymore. Like the price of cardboard on like an original NES Castlevania or Zelda game is pretty crazy, but so many Game Gear games, so many are like, oh yeah, it's $10 for the cart, it's $120 for the complete in-box copy.
Yeah, I hear you.
Rob,
let's see. Rob asks, what's our favorite system to collect for? He likes buying the old CD-ROM consoles as well as for the Atari Lynx. For me, it's... Well, I don't know. It's interesting. I think you could... My favorite collection is the NES, but it is no longer my favorite to collect for. It hurts. I think lately I've really enjoyed digging into some of the more obscure stuff that still has... well, I shouldn't say obscure stuff. So the PS1 has a lot of cheap stuff out there still that's... kind of buried in the big library. I've enjoyed digging around in that lately. And also like things like the 3DO and the Sega CD. There's a stuff there that's a little bit untapped for me. What about you, Steve?
I think DS is my favorite because it just has such an enormous library and so many different types of genres represented. But if we're going just like legitimate actual consoles, oh, that's tough. I go through cycles. Right now, I'd probably say PS2, PS1, PS2, but it's kind of like I get a couple new games for a console, and that becomes my new favorite one. Like as we were going through this, and I was looking through some of my consoles, we'll get down to it. But I was looking at my Dreamcast collection, and I was like, "Ooh, I'm in the mood to drop some dirty money on some Dreamcast. That sounds pretty good right now."
You talk to your games really weird. Okay, here are some pictures from my set. I don't have my... So you can see of this, I'm just showing these in two parts. So over there on the right, you can see all of my loose carts. As I established earlier in this, I am a filthy loose cart collecting gentleman. But here's something interesting. So you see that here I have some DS cases that I've modded up with customized Game Gear art. And I tried that for a little bit. It was kind of neat. It was a good way to... You could buy a box of DS cases, or at least replacement cases. Usually, I think they ship from China. It takes about 6 years to get here. You pay about $100 to ship them, but you get about 1 billion empty DS carts, or DS cases. And so, you just got to do a little modification where you clip out some plastic, and I have them. I'll show one here in just a second. I started down this road, but unfortunately, at the time, I was getting this art from the coverproject.net, I think, or .com, and they didn't have all of the DS-sized art I needed, and I wasn't feeling up to doing my own photoshopping for all the games, so I stopped. So I just wanted to show those off. I do have aspirations of filling that out if there's more art available, but for now there isn't. And here is... I took the games and just splayed them out there for visibility's sake. I have the Game Genie, and I have, for some reason... Oh, I had Video Games Monthly. I'll show this off, too. I did Video Games Monthly for literally a month, and they sent me a bunch of garbage, but I also got Super Battle Tank on the Game Gear sealed. Like, what am I going to do with that? I don't want it. I don't want to unwrap it. So, anyway. So, the rest of my stuff there, nothing too crazy, but it's a pretty standard starter set for a Game Gear collection. But I enjoy the Game Gear quite a bit. So... Without further ado, what do you have to share?
Yeah. Now, as I pull out my first one here, let's see what my first one is. I gotta ask, does your Game Gear work? Like, can you play your Game Gear games on a Game Gear anymore?
I can. The screen's getting a little more, or a little less contrast by the day. I always play it plugged in. I'm not interested in going out and finding that many batteries. Was it like 4 C's or D's? And then it turns into a hot cinder block. And also, too, it's not comfortable after a while. So no, you're right. I don't play it much.
I'm on my third Game Gear. It's working now. And thankfully the screen's not starting to bleed too bad. But it's still, it can be a little bit rough. When I can, I like to play them on one of the devices that lets you play it on the TV. That's why I'm excited for the Pocket to come out. But thankfully I have the battery pack. I don't have it here with me, but it screws onto the back, and so I can just plug it in and I tether myself to a wall when I play Game Gear.
Yeah, you have to.
All right,
It's six AA batteries. I was wrong. I still don't have that many in my house, so I don't know how we're getting around. We just plug it in. It takes a 32X adapter. Just swap it out, or a regular Sega adapter. You just swap it out.
Yep. Then you're good to go.
Yep. No big deal.
You're being told you need to keep collecting NES here.
Well, don't worry. That's a different episode. We're still collecting them. It's just pricey.
All right, so let me give you my first one I want to share here. Again, for most of these, I grab my top 5. If we want to go through all 5, we can. If not, we'll play it by ear. But this one I just bought recently. Excited. This is definitely an October type of stream, but we got the old Vampire Master of Darkness. Look at that face.
Look at that cover. It's so shiny.
Like, this is so close to just being the box of a VHS. And not a Game Gear game. Like, if you cover this part down here, that just looks like a VHS you'd see hanging around.
Yeah.
But, yeah. It's like a Castlevania-like side... it's very Castlevania-like if you look at some of the screenshots. There's also a version of this that's on the Master System. I think it's a PAL import. A lot of people have played that one, too. But, yeah. Excited for this one. And I like... Ooh, look at that classy red. You don't see a lot of that classy red on that Game Gear. Look at that gloss. Let me hit you with that gloss.
I really do like it. It looks so good, I almost think it's fake.
Well, I showed you the glossy, pretty side. Here's the uglier side. That's not as nice.
Oh, gross.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe you now.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's my first one. Do you want me to keep going?
Sorry. Well, yeah, because I have all loose... I don't have anything crazy like you do. So you do that. I have a couple things I'll show. Maybe go through a couple more. Sorry.
All right, well, we'll run through mine and then we'll do yours.
Sure,
right, so next up, we got a teal box. One of them teal boxes. When I first got my Game Gear, this is one of the systems I wanted most. Earth systems. This is one of the games that I wanted the most because it's like a action RPG. It is Defenders of Oasis. I love the box. Look at that cover. Like, box art on Game Gear is pretty dang good. Yeah, this one's like a little action RPG deal going on. Pretty dope.
Looking good. See, these are the types of games that I, until kind of recently, didn't even realize the Game Gear had. I thought it was just all, almost ports of Genesis stuff. You kind of think of Sonic and NBA Jam. At least I do. So neat to see some of this stuff.
I mean, I grew up like everyone. I didn't have a Game Gear growing up, but my next door neighbor did, and he had Sonic 2 and NBA Jam and probably like 9 sports games. And so I was like, yeah, that's all the Game Gear can do.
Right? Those are the only ones you see. I mean, even still, if you go shopping for Game Gear stuff, you're going to get a lot of Sonic Labyrinth, maybe Spinball. You're lucky if you get the Mean Bean Machine, but you don't get many RPGs for sure.
Nope. And there are a couple, which is awesome. All right. Next up here, we've got a platformer, colorful platformer. We're going to talk about this again when we talk about 32X. We got Tempo Junior.
Another pristine looking box.
This side's a little rough.
There it is.
For some reason, my Game Gear games all tend to have one smashed side and one very presentable side. But when it comes to Game Gear cardboard, I mean, I'm not usually fighting them too hard. Like, just seeing the cardboard at all, I'm content with. But yeah, this is in the same series as the 32X game, just a very bright, colorful platformer game.
Interesting.
This is one of my most recent pickups. I think I got this one last year. It was either last year or this year, but I'm pretty sure it was last year. I showed it on a pickup stream, actually, and it hasn't even been played yet. I'm ashamed to admit. The Top Spot wants it.
Yeah, Hungry Bill in the house wanted to give a shout out there. Thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Welcome on in.
Something I was going to ask you. Oh, did you grow up with the Game Gear? I mean, did you play it as a kid, or did you get it later as a collector?
No, So like I said, my neighbor had one, and I used to play his. And I remember actually I liked playing Sonic 2 on the Game Gear. I know Game Gear has a little bit of a reputation as like not a very good system, but I would legitimately get excited to go play Sonic 2 over there.
Yeah.
And then I didn't actually get my own until probably 2008, 2009. I think I got one at a garage sale, and it didn't work very well. The screen was real blurry. But trying to play some games on that motivated me to get my second one, which I ordered, and that one worked fine until it didn't, and then I eventually tracked down a third one.
Great. Yeah, I remember seeing a kid on the bus play the Game Gear. I was blown away. I said, holy crap, you're holding Sonic in your hand on a school bus. And I just always had this fascination with it, even years past when it was cool. Like up until like 2007, I was like, oh, the Game Gear, now that's a piece of technology. And then I got my own. That was about the time I actually got my own. And I was like, well, yeah, it's okay. But for the time, though, it really was mind-blowing. Absolutely. I mean, you contrast that to the Game Boy and everything else you saw in the schoolyard. The Game Gear blew it out of the water.
I mean, the thing as a kid, and this is the opposite of how technology works. So my kind of like first and main handheld as a kid was the Game Boy Color. And I remember loving the Game Gear because it was just so much bigger and bulkier. It felt like a solid piece of technology. I was like, oh man, can't imagine all the power that must be inside this
6
beast.
batteries. Yeah, 6 AA batteries.
Yeah, but they're my friend's batteries, so I never felt that pain.
True.
But yeah, I never ended up getting one as a kid, sadly. I was a Genesis kid, but I pretty promptly abandoned Sega after Genesis. Like, I didn't get any of the add-ons to Genesis until later on in life. I had a Genesis, and then I popped right over to PS1 and N64, and kind of like, I didn't circle back on Sega for a while after that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how it goes, buddy. I'll pop something real quick here. Let me see. Look, that's you. There's me. So this is what I was talking about with the fake cases. I was going to say faces, but that's actually already a word, so I can't even say that for a fake case. But here's some problems. So you saw in the picture, I would pull it back up, but Sega Game Gear manuals are much larger than this box, so that becomes the problem.
Yeah.
That's one of the chief problems. You can't put your manual with the thing, which is why in my picture, which I guess I'll flip back here, my Game Gear my Game Gear manuals and my cases and my games are all separate, which is aggravating to me. I need a solution, but I hate having the manual separated. But anyway, the case itself, I mean, it's a standard DS case, but you have to clip out part of where the DS game goes and part of where your Game Boy Advance game would go, and then fit the game in here on this scraggly plastic. You don't want to put it labeled down like I almost did. You don't want to do that. You'll scratch up your label, you idiot. You want to put it in there with the back, and then you shut it before it falls out. And you hide it on your shelf. And then it looks good. It looks good like that. But, what people aren't seeing in there, they're like, oh, that looks good on the shelf. And you open it up, and it's like a bad surgery. It looks like a Civil War wound with a Sega Game Gear game in it. And I don't like having the manual separate, so I need a better solution. But I don't want to. I don't want to go. I don't want to feel like I need to get the cardboard on these guys because they're rare. They're hard to find. I don't know how you do it. I respect it. I've never even seen the only game that I've seen complete in box is this one in my house until I met you today. And it's because Video Games Monthly was like, I don't know, does anybody want a sealed super battle tank? No? Okay, we'll give it to this guy. I don't want it, but I have it. So yeah.
I've never played it. That case you showed has the same level of care as like any home repair DIY project that I do, where I just like punch a hole in the drywall with a screwdriver, and then I cut new drywall with a pair of safety scissors and scotch tape it into the hole I just punched out.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. If it looks good immediately after I did it, then I fixed it. If it breaks after that, that's not my problem.
Yeah. I mean, I would not recommend this to other people, but I will say that is one of those reasons that I like having the completed boxes. I don't like having my manuals separate, and Game Gear games, they don't display nicely if you haven't made one of those universal cases. So,
No.
I mean, why not solve your problem in the most expensive, inefficient way possible?
Case in point, as you can see there, over there on the right, those are my Game Gear games. Look how awful. It's like, it's like Game Boy stuff if you don't have a case or a box for it. Same with N64, which we'll get to. Those are separate videos or separate streams that I have found some solutions for. But for the Game Gear, I haven't yet. I do want to pay attention to the chat here because Top Spot's talking about, he says he really likes the DIY cases, but he loves the customgamecases.com Game Gear cases. Check them out. I need to check those out. He has a review. I'll need to go and check those out. I'm assuming you can put your manuals in there with those. So maybe there's a solution for me there. I'll have to see.
I was just going to ask before I read that, I wonder if there's like a universal game case equivalent for handheld stuff. So
I think I know what he's talking about. I think I've actually seen his video for this, and I just didn't apply what I learned to my collection. But it's been bugging me more and more lately, so I might start.
All right, I got 2 more I can share here. If you want to see my last 2. This is also my dirtiest boy, but the price was too good for me to say no to. We've got a Shining Force, the Sword of Hajia. This is I think one of the most desirable games that people want on the Game Gear, because
I definitely want that. Yep.
It was that RPG, but you can see it's got like a crush in the front. I'll try to catch the light for you. It's like somebody set a coffee can on it and then leaned on the coffee can.
Oh.
And then it's also pretty gnarly on the side here too. It's pretty beat up.
Ew, gross.
But this
throw
was
that away.
Yeah, I'm just gonna toss her out. I got this also at Midwest Gaming Classic in 2017 or 2018, and it was so weird because this game has been desirable for a long time, but this was just sitting like very haphazardly thrown on top of a box of other stuff. It was like a box of like DS games and things like that, and the guy only wanted $35 for it. And
wow.
Even for the cart at the time, that wasn't a terrible price. He was like really marking down based on the condition of the box, and I was like, well, gosh, for that I can find another box, or I can just not find another box, and who cares, because I'll have a game that I really want to play. And then because I don't want to play an RPG on the Game Gear handheld, I have not actually done much with this one. I'm not gonna go all the way through it. I mean, in some ways I really want to, because I would feel I would get a real specific type of experience playing it on the Game Gear, but it just seems like it'll be so much smoother when I can play it on my TV somehow.
Yeah, I'm jealous you getting the what's the little contraption you're getting that's going to help you do that?
Analog Pocket.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I would give you. I'm sure there might be some other solutions out there. I'd love to be able to do that, especially with that game. I wish I had that game. We haven't asked each other what we're looking for, but that is one for me that I think would, honestly, almost complete all of my desires for the Game Gear. Just to play. I love the Shining Force series, so just being able to play that one would be amazing. On the card. Of course, I can emulate it. I know, but we're collectors, so.
There's actually a good amount of stuff I want on the Game Gear while we're talking about it. There's a Game Gear version of Ristar or Ristar, and I don't have that, and that's one of my favorite games on Genesis, and so I want that. I want to get the rest of the Sonic games I don't have, like Sonic Blast, Sonic Labyrinth, and then...
You don't have Labyrinth?
This is when... Sonic Labyrinth.
I thought it's a very ubiquitous. I would assume you had that if you wanted it.
No, I don't have it.
Huh.
But you have one that I want. You got that putt and putter.
Oh yeah, I do.
On the Game Gear.
I do. Now, I know you're a putt man. I'll say
anyone who's listened to Polykill knows my goal is to own every putt game, every mini golf game I want to own. So that's one of the most desirable one.
I cannot believe you didn't have it.
I haven't tried that hard to do it, but also it's a Game Gear game. Like it's not easy to find a complete in-box copy of Putt and Putter at a price that you want to pay.
Fair, yeah. The loose wasn't too bad, I'll be honest with you. I just realized the chat is calling attention to it, but I believe the Retron 5, I can play the Game Gear games on the old television. Is that right? I've never looked into the Retrons.
I have a Retron, and I don't even know if I've tried. I believe you could, yes.
Wow.
But I haven't used mine.
Solely for that purpose, I might get one. All right.
But yeah, absolutely no shame in using the retro, and I'd say go for it.
All right.
Gruffzilla says Surf Ninjas on the Game Gear is good.
Oh, hello, Scruffzilla. I saw you pop in there. How you doing?
I'd be willing to check that out. Is that like a platformer or something like that? I mean, I'm certainly willing to look into it.
You think Surfing Ninjas would be a platformer? Perhaps.
Right.
Dylan Charles in the house, or as I like to refer to him as Dilch.
The old DC.
Dilch is in the house. How you doing?
I got one and a bonus left. You got anything else left you want to show on Game Gear?
Just this post-factory sealed Game Genie that I have. You know, pretty cool.
Ooh.
You know. Yeah? You like that?
I mean, that's pretty good, right?
Pretty good.
I only ever get stuff like Game Genies for... well, you can't break the seal on that puppy.
See, I've always looked at this because I don't know how I ended up with it. I don't think this is a legitimate packaging it came with, but I'm not convinced that it isn't. So I just haven't until I know. We're not opening it. I don't think it is. Also, I don't play enough Game Gear to need it, so I haven't had a chance to use it.
Hey,
what are you gonna do?
It's never too late. Never too late. But that's good. I don't even have one. All right, my big boy here is probably my collection piece, I guess. Tails Adventure.
Oh, there it is.
Real desirable one here. A little bit of a sad flap on the top. Little real ripped up boy. But I mean, with that being kind of its only imperfection, I can live with that.
I hope so.
That is not bad at all. So yeah, really cool game. This is one I've been saving this one for a stream because I think people would be really into it, and it's a lot of fun. But I've played a little bit of it. It's like a adventure platformer type game. Very cool. And who doesn't want to play as Tails, right?
I know, right?
Who doesn't want to play as Tails?
This game is parked at my local game store, but he just has too much on it. It's loose, but he's asking what, like 80? It doesn't go for 80 loose. I'm not saying yes to that. You can't get me on that one.
I don't know what it goes for loose anymore. So funny story on that one. I got the cart for free a couple of years ago at one of those game stores I was talking about. I was pretty good friends with he wasn't the owner, but he was kind of like the assistant manager there, and I was helping him just like sort through some stuff and digging through some Game Boy boxes and just like organizing some stuff in his drawers for him. Just because we were sitting there talking and he was doing it, and I was like, well, while we're just sitting here BSing, if you want me to help you organize stuff while we're talking, I'm happy to put my hands to work. And I came across a copy of that I didn't know he had. It was just like tucked away in the back of a drawer. And I was like, yo, what do you want for the Tails Adventure? And he's like, just take it. You can just have it for helping me out. And I was like, oh, thank you. And so that used to be my only loose Game Gear game for a long time, and I helped justify spending the dumb money on the cardboard by saying, oh, well, if I buy a complete copy, I'll have a loose copy that I can trade off or sell off to offset some of the cost of it. So it was a pretty good guy.
Good for you. That's cool. I mean, sometimes that happens. You just have to catch people, be nice to people, get the karma. Good on you, buddy.
Spread those good vibes. And then here's my bonus one for you. This is just a little hidden gem, little shout out. Everyone should check out Sylvan Tale, which now has a translation patch you can download and play. This is a real fun top-down action RPG, sorta Zelda-y type deal.
Cool.
A fun import. I think a pretty popular one. It's been in some GDQs and stuff like that. But this is it's a cool game. And I, again, haven't really explored the import Game Gear library, but I do know that's a really fun one.
Nice. Hungry Bill asks if you let that guy get a peek at your Pico. And if that's why...
I mean...
That's why I got a free... That's why he gave you some tails. You know what I'm saying?
Now, let me ask you this, Trev. I know you don't have much in terms of standards, in terms of morals. Someone at a game store, you know, you have a casual relationship with him. You know him well enough to know that he's not going to turn you into the authorities. He says, I'm gonna give you this game if you just give me a 10-minute peek at that Pico. What do you
10
do?
minutes? That's not a peak, buddy.
Oh,
Jeez
10
Louise.
seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
10 minutes, that's harassment in most states. Jeez. All right.
That's a pause at your Pico, not a peek at that Pico.
That's something. That's an ogling at my Pico. All right. Did we go over what games you wanted for this old Game Gear you're looking for?
Yeah, other than I want that putt and putter you have.
Putt and putter. I'll tell you, I'll trade you 1 for 1 putt and putter loose for that box Tails. That seems pretty fair. I'll give you a Pico.
Yeah.
Pico. I'll give you 10 minutes to stare down my Pico. And,
If you give me 10 minutes unbroken eye contact with your Pico, we'll make the trade.
that's right. Yeah. So you want putt and putter? I mean, there's got to be some other stuff you're looking for.
Yeah, I want putt and putter. Like I said, I want the Sonic stuff, Rystar, and Dragon Crystal's another one that I want. I haven't ever been able to track that one down. That's one that I waited too long on, and I just watched the price rise. It's not like absurd, but it's not comfy. So I haven't popped on that one yet. But I kind of want to give the Game Gear. I feel like when the time comes and the Analog Pocket releases, Game Gear stuff is going to go up even more than it already has. So last year, before they delayed it, I was sort of trying to play catch up a little bit. That's when I got the box for Tails Adventure. That's when I got that Vampire Master of Darkness. That's when I got Tempo. And I was like, all right, I got to clean up now on Game Gear before Game Gear pops. And then everything popped. And so I didn't. And now I don't know if there's going to be another comfy window again or not. I feel like it's just going to have to be bite the bullet if you want any of this stuff.
Sad reality, man. Yeah, for sure. For sure. No, Dylan, we've not let anybody peek at our Pico yet. You are in time. we have a couple more consoles to go before we let Steve whip it out. And hello, Captain Drachma. Hope you're doing well. And Caleb. I see that Caleb came in here to disrupt our good vibes.
I thought that was a conscious choice to ignore Caleb, and I was going to be like, I'm not going to stand for that.
My gosh. No. Welcome, everyone. Hope everyone's well. So yes. Honestly, I didn't have a lot of Game Gear stuff. I'm being timid over here. I know I'm being overshadowed by your immaculate, complete and box set there. So I'm just going to sheepishly try to move away from the Game Gear. If we're done, we're done. We can show off our Dreamcast, which again, I don't have before.
Well, you know what? Why don't you talk first? Because I got to grab my Dreamcast, my showables.
Okay, sure. I'll flip over to my pictures, which will take about 1 minute to show off. Let's see, that's Game Gear. You guys know that. Alright. Booyah! So that's what I'm packing. Now the good thing about the Dreamcast, and they're CD-based, typically a little more common to get them complete in case, you know? So, that's what I got there.
You got pretty nice... I think it's officially time for you to drop the sheepish gamer routine here, because you've got a real nice looking Dreamcast collection. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not. What are you talking about? I mean, I can tell maybe there's two there that are worth a conversation, but beyond that, it's just another starter set. So I have that, and then I've been into picking up those demo discs, and I don't know how many there are that came from the official Sega Dreamcast magazine, but I'm amassing a pile, and I'm up to 4. So I have volumes 1, 2, 5, and 7. I have not looked into it beyond like how many there are or anything. I should, but when I see them, I'm picking them up.
Ooh, that would be a nice one to have a full set for. I'm jealous of those demo discs there. Dreamcast demo discs would be fun to play around with.
There is something weird about those demo discs too, in that they won't play on my Dreamcast unless, like, I have to flip a button in the back, like halfway through boot up, or else it will not. I have to I don't even remember, but it is weird. Like, I start it up and it has to spin, and then I have to flip a button back in the back of my Dreamcast to get them to boot. I don't know what's up with that. It was by total fluke I figured it out too, and I tried it. I tried it on some other people's Dreamcast because I was like, "Are these discs just broken?" Booted up fine on theirs, but on mine gives me some pushback. So
interesting. So
yeah.
I'll mention this when we get to it, but I might know what's going on there, but we'll see. We'll see.
Oh my! All right, let's show off what you have then on the old.
Yeah. So I've got 26 games on the old Dreamcast there, including a couple of like aftermarkets and one import. This is the only Sega console. So when I mentioned earlier that I played Genesis and then promptly abandoned my Sega love for a while, this is the only one that I actually had somewhat close to when it was relevant. I didn't have Dreamcast when it was out, but in high school in like 2004, I had an acoustic guitar, and I didn't play
ladies,
it.
Huh? Is that how you met Leah? Huh?
I mean, I could play a wicked Seven Nation Army, let me tell you.
You were sitting cross-legged under a tree on campus, just strumming and singing. She wandered up. Yeah.
Exactly. I had that guitar, and I had a friend who was actually in like a band and played, and he wanted the guitar, and so I traded him his Dreamcast for the guitar. And so a lot of these games I got in that trade, I definitely got the better end of the deal, because I had like the cheapest acoustic guitar you could find, and he traded me a Dreamcast with 2 controllers, 2 VMUs, and like just an amazing starter set. Sonic Adventure, D2, Shenmue, Jet Grind Radio, and a couple others too. So I had like an instant amazing starter set for Dreamcast. It got me off right, and only a few years after the system had died.
Yeah, very good. For me, I don't know. I was never really interested in the Dreamcast. I thought it was all just 2K sports games, right? And what is that? The Air Force game that you always see everywhere. Yeah, it's like Ace Fighters or something. And I was like, well, I guess there's not much here for me. So I ignored it for a long time. And all my friends just played sports games, so I would have never learned about any other games. But sometime down the line, I got curious, you know how you do, and picked up a Dreamcast.
As you do.
Yeah, as you do. And it was the sports Dreamcast, the black one, the variant, the black variant. I still have it, but it's 4 parts only. She conked out on us.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Get this, conked out on us. I kept it because it is kind of a rare variant. It's 4 parts. I don't know. I just have it. But I bought another one, just a regular old white Dreamcast, and it worked for a little bit, but then it stopped working because one of my controllers shorted it out. And I realized I had a buddy come over and look at it, and this is a thing. This is not, I don't know if it's common on the Dreamcast, but this happened to mine, and I've seen that it's happened to a few other people. But I have a buddy who's good at fixing systems. He comes over, he looks at it, and he says, yeah, this controller, evidently during the startup, if the controller is, it like checks for it. And I'm speaking out of my ass right now. I have no idea what he said to me, but I know that there's something about during the boot up, if the controller is shorted out, it can just fry the system and just make it to where it won't boot. So that's evidently what happened to the other one, because it was the same controller that I had used. So he was like, don't throw this controller in the garbage. And so I had to get another Dreamcast, and now we have a working Dreamcast, but I live in a constant state of paranoia now every time I boot it up.
I'm going to now too.
Yeah. So I mean, if you find out that it doesn't work, just spike your controller into a trash can and walk away, because that's the culprit. We think could also be the laser or a litany of other things, but we discovered that it was in fact the controller. So anyway,
that's rough.
Yeah.
All right, what do you got for me? You got something to show, or you want me to go first?
Why don't you go ahead and go first for us?
All right, so my first up is something I didn't realize is as valuable as it is. So we've got Capcom versus SNK, and this is a Grody boy. You can see it's like the manual is ripped up in there. It's not in amazing condition by any stretch, but I got this one at a thrift store near me probably 5 years ago for the price of a CD, so it was probably $1.99. I was surprised to see that this is like a Hunskys at this point.
Oh,
and
wow.
I mean, I've always said I only want to keep stuff in my collection that is either something I want to play or something that is interesting in some way.
Of course.
And I don't I don't know if I'm going to hang on to this one forever. I'll keep it for now, but I think I'd be pretty comfortable with parting ways with this one. I feel like I could sell it, and there's another Dreamcast game that I could spend that $100 on and probably have a lot more fun. So, I mean, happy that I got it for dirt cheap at a thrift store, but yeah, I'm just not a fighting game guy. And I know that the Dreamcast has some great fighters, but outside of a small handful of them, like Blaze Blue, Guilty Gear, I usually don't get too into them.
Yeah. That is cool, though. I mean, it's Capcom.
Yeah.
You gotta love it, right?
Yeah, and I haven't really played too much of it, so before I like make a decision to get rid of it or keep it, I would definitely pop it in and give it its fair shake to see if it's something that I do end up enjoying.
Fair enough. Walking in at number 5 for me. I don't have... Actually, I missed out one of mine in the middle, so we'll just have to... I'll just say it. But in lieu of that... For some random reason, you'll notice this is true for me. I have a random sealed copy on just about every single console I collect for. I don't know where they come from. I don't want a sealed game. I want to be able to play it. I don't want to feel the guilt of being faced with, what do I do with it? Do I take off this plastic and be the first one on Earth and possibly last one on Earth to ever sniff its innards? Or do I leave that new boy smell in here and don't crack it open? I know I got weird with it, but I'm trying to make jokes. So this is a sealed Ooga Booga. I bet this game's fun. I mean, look, this looks fun. But I might never know. I mean, just judging by the back, I mean, you got great stuff going on there. It's just, unbelievable. Good times. And that's not going to focus, so you can't read that. But that's my number 5. A sealed, randomly, Ooga Booga.
Interesting.
Yep.
I know.
Oh,
I'm looking
wait,
at it
on
what? My
did
official...
I show? Oh, yeah, I did show me. Sorry, I was looking at your monitor and was like, you know what? You talk.
No, you're good. Ooga Booga's not on my wish list, but it seems like the type of game I'd be into. So we might have to check that one out.
But
this is not in my
sealed copy.
Maybe we'll work out a trade for that Ooga Booga.
I'm very happy to deal.
But as long as we're talking about random sealed stuff, let me show you my one. This is not in my 5, but I was surprised to see this was sealed. My copy of Elemental Gimmick Gear is still sealed. And I'll be honest, I'm probably going to pop this open and play it when the time comes. Because this is one of the games I most want to play on Dreamcast. I don't remember buying this one sealed. And so, if the price disparity between an open and a sealed copy is pretty wild, I'll probably just trade or sell this one off and buy an opened copy. But I'm not opposed to just cracking it open if it's one that I want to play. It just caught me by surprise. Sometimes you don't know it's sealed in there.
I think that's what happened to me with Ooga Booga. I honestly think I probably bought it from a game store online. It had no indication that it was sealed. It showed up sealed, and I said, well, all right. Now we have a sealed copy.
Do you think you guys will ever start or do you think Sega will ever start re-releasing any games from their amazing Dreamcast library on modern consoles? Asks Scruffzilla. I don't know. I would certainly love them to. A lot of their games are very well loved and sort of like squarely in the window of nostalgia for people right now with disposable income. It's just up to where the priorities are. They're re-releasing Sonic Colors, and so all they have to do is go a little further back in time and start releasing Dreamcast stuff. Maybe?
Yeah, maybe one day when the mini console craze extends beyond the cartridge era, we'll start. I mean, we already do have the PS1 mini. It could. Yeah, maybe we're just building up. Just wait, it'll happen.
Yep.
But that's. I know that's not the same re-release you're talking about, perhaps, but ways to play them aside from buying and taking a chance on what could be a broken Dreamcast. Too true.
Here, let me give you my number 4.
All right.
Number 4 here. Classic game Power Stone, which is a lot more expensive than I realized. I guess it just became like the game everyone wanted, and Power Stone 2 got expensive, and so the trickle-down effect made Power Stone 1 expensive.
Yeah.
I got this one with that Dreamcast bundle when I bought it back in 2005. I love this game. I used to play this game all the time at my friend's house. Multiplayer Power Stone battles. It was like it was the Smash Bros of its time. We played way more of this than we did Smash Bros original or Melee. We moved on to Melee later, but this was like the multiplayer game to play for a period of time in my friends group. So, yeah, really excellent game. I don't have Power Stone 2. I would love to have Power Stone 2 because I love it. I love the first one so much, but it is. I'm happy to have the first one, which I think is kind of generally considered to be the better one.
I'm not sure. I've heard about the series. I've never played a minute, but.
Ooh,
so you like it?
Dean says Egg is his favorite Dreamcast game. That's exciting. That encourages me even more to play it.
Great. All right, here is my number 4. One that everyone is familiar with, of course, and I just shut the manual inside the case. Give me a second here, and there it is. Shenmue! Yeah, right? Everybody loves Shenmue. Not played it yet.
Yeah, buddy.
Plan to. Going to soon. I've been looking forward to playing it for a long time. We saw our friend Musky Hobbit stream it there, oh gosh, whenever he used to stream, years ago, I guess, at this point. And I love forklifts. So I can't wait to put some time into this. I really do. I really do. I learned to drive a forklift at work around that same time, and I was watching him operate it in the game, and I said, nice. It's pretty real.
I mean, that's the game for you then.
You have to honk 3 times before you back up. I didn't see him do that, though. That's a safety.
No OSHA in the world of Shenmue.
Yeah, but you can see there, I got a couple dings on the old case there, and if you haven't learned yet, I don't care. The game's in there. Game is pristine. We got manuals. We got the passport disc. We're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I didn't call it out. I don't know if you were paying attention, but my Power Stone case was the exact same way. A couple of big cracks, but again, this is the copy I had. It's just time tested, time loved. So
yeah,
I don't mind a little crack. Sometimes I'll replace them, but you know what? As long as the spine looks good, that's the part I see the most. So
that's too true.
Now it seems like, speaking of Shenmue, Rob in the chat here is a big fan of Shenmue. He seems to have a lot of passion for it. Big fan. Probably played Shenmue 2 as well and Shenmue 3.
It's quite divisive. It's quite divisive. I don't know. You know, I love the weird stuff. The weirder it is, I'll probably find a way to love it. So I'm hoping it's weird.
It's very good. You'll like it a lot.
Good.
My next boy here to share, and this is one I was very happy to get. I got a good deal on it. We have the shooter Gigawing.
Oh,
fun shoot 'em up. I got lucky. I don't know. Do you have half price books in your area? I don't know if that's a national chain.
I mean, not in my area, but I've seen them in my state. There's nothing in my area. I live in the woods. I'd have to
Isn't
go
your whole
2 hours.
state just kind of the woods? It's the woods in like one college campus.
Sure, but I've seen several in more metropolitan areas. But yeah.
Okay. But yeah, we have a couple near us, and this was just sitting in one randomly for $20. And this was like, it was only a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago or something like that. So it was well after this was more spendy than that. I don't know why or how they priced it that way. Normally, the people that work there, they're like, they're on it. Like they must just have an eBay tab open on their phone at all times, because they'll price a game and I will go look at eBay sold listings for that game, and their price will match 100% to whatever the last copy that sold on eBay was. They know down to the penny. But for some reason, in this case, and it's happened a couple times for me, usually on Sega stuff, they just completely whiffed. So I was happy to get that one. It's very fun.
But bummer for the tracking the eBay prices so closely. I'd like to catch, as I say often, like to catch those MFs slipping. Catch them slipping.
Yep.
I mean, get mine. Catch them sleeping, which is hard to do sometimes. Okay, my next one here is Nightmare Creatures 2. You know, I think everyone's seen Nightmare Creatures. That was ported to just about everything of its day, right? There's a Nightmare Creatures on just about anything, but I haven't seen the Nightmare Creatures 2. I don't know if that's an exclusive to the Dreamcast. Do you happen to know, Steve?
No, I don't even know. I've never played a Nightmare Creatures game. What type of game are they? Are they a fighting game?
No, not a fighting game. It's a horror, run around in the dark and get chased by guys. If that'll ever, I don't know if that. Oh. I don't know if you'll ever be able to see that. I'm sorry. But
I can definitely tell there's a pop of orange in the center.
There's orange in it, as you can see. There's scary guys here. Down here, you might notice there's a guy running in a dark alley. So that's the vibe.
Okay.
But I love this cover. It's very it's sort of modern comic book style. I like that about it. Music by Rob Zombie, if you're into that. And yeah, I've not played this one. I don't know how it came to me. It might have come with a sealed Ooga Booga. I might have just gotten lucky one night and came across a bunch of Dreamcast stuff. But this is actually one I'm excited to play. I have tried to play the first Nightmare Creatures, and I didn't fall in love with it immediately. But that doesn't mean it ain't great. I could try it again. So, but I will say the other one that I didn't show that's supposedly somewhere in this price range, which is not crazy, is the House of the Dead 2. So it's similar in vibe to that one. I just don't have it here to show, but I do have that one. Which reminds me, before I saw you take a big intake of breath before you spout out words, in the vein of the House of the Dead 2, the game that I really want for the Dreamcast is Typing of the Dead and the keyboard. I really, really want. I'm a good typist, and I've always wanted that game. Anytime that we go to MagFest, they usually have a Typing of the Dead set up, and I will just run train on anybody that wants to sit there. And unless the courtroom stenographer comes and sits down beside me, I'm usually in pretty good shape. But tons of fun. What a wacky idea! I really want that.
Yeah. So here, if you want to switch over, I'll show you. Perfect segue. We have the keyboard.
Oh, I want it.
But I don't have Typing of the Dead.
I'll trade you a sealed Ooga Booga.
I really want Typing of the Dead because I have the freaking accessory, but I don't have the game.
Sealed Ooga Booga. Come on. Yeah, you want it.
No, we already are working out a trade for that Tales Adventure. I mean, we can't do too much here. But yeah, Typing of the Dead, easily my most wanted game on Dreamcast. I also love typing games. When it's Nintendo time, we'll talk about it, but I have a DS Pokemon typing game that's the exact same idea. Really, really love. Just like something about typing fast and accurately is incredibly fun, even though I type for my job all day constantly and it's incredibly boring.
Well, it's kind of it pays off those years of practice. It's payoff.
Yeah.
Reaping the fruit.
Get to flex that BPM.
That's right.
I was going to say, though, about Nightmare Creatures, you got me nervous here. So, this is something that scares me. I was like, well, that seems kind of interesting. I wonder how much that's going for. I looked it up on eBay. Last couple copies sold around $50. Nightmare Creatures 2 on Dreamcast.
Okay.
But everything that's listed is, like, there's some couple of new copies that are real expensive, and then there's a couple copies listed, like, 70, 80, 90. I'm real worried, because as soon as someone gets impatient and pops on one of those, suddenly it becomes a $60 game, and then it's a $70 game, and it just goes up from there. So I'm like, oh boy, people need to not buy these copies so that if I ever want to buy this game, it stays cheap.
Dude, honestly, that's true for any game you want out there. Any game you want out there, there is a buy it now for egregious amounts of money. So you just have to hold your breath and hope that Kanye isn't drunk and spending money. I know he likes to buy the video games.
Scruffzilla says a hidden gem is Silver, which is on my wish list, but I've never played it before. Do you have that one?
No.
Yeah, I'd like to check that one out.
No, none of my gems in the Dreamcast library are hidden. They're very popular, well-known games.
Fair. All right, let me show you my next one up here. I've got, what are we on, number 2 at this point? And then I've got 2 kind of the rare boys, and then I've just got a stack of some interesting stuff that are all sort of in the same category. But my next one, another one that I got when I initially got my Dreamcast, D2. I have played through and I have beaten this game. It's a pretty interesting survival horror. If you like B-movie type survival horror games, like survival horror games that are a little bit jank, but have like just that sort of like weird, off-putting like vibe to them. Yeah, it's a very fun game. I haven't played the original D, so I can't speak to how well or poorly it does honoring D's legacy, but from what I've heard, I think that D2 is very different from the original one. So yeah, that's a fun one. Very good.
Yeah, that one is interesting. I've always been lured in by the D cover. You know, you see it. It kind of reminds me of the other. There's a PS1 game called One that also just catches my eye anytime I'm in a store, but I've never pulled the trigger. So I might have to get more information. But you're saying it's weird, which I like.
Yeah, it is weird. And Charlie Bailey here says the D1 is way different, which I thought was the case. Yeah, so they're different spins on horror, survival horror, but I think at least this one is good. So
yeah, very cool guy Mike in the house. I saw that earlier, but I got excited about sealed Ooga Boogas. But very cool guy Mike. If you guys haven't, please go check out Very Cool Guy Mike's channel. It is very cool. Like Mike himself.
And also, Eventual Nits pops in just to say B movie and then moves on.
Yes, indeed. B movie.
Just to remind us.
Have to shout that out. B movie with Jerry Seinfeld. Okay, this one we don't have to spend a lot of time on. Everybody's got it. If you own a Dreamcast, you've got the I've got you up. You've got the Sonic Adventure. You know, this is one of the few. Yeah, this is definitely one of the few Dreamcast games that I've played to the end. I had an interesting thing happen while I played this game to the end. I was on the last leg of... Because you play like the campaign with multiple characters. You fight a boss over and over again. You've played it, right, Steve? I'm sure.
Yeah, I love that game.
Yeah. I get to the end. I've beaten the end with everybody except Sonic. I saved him for last. And we're getting toward the end there. My VMU dies. I lose the whole thing.
Oh, no.
But you know what I did? I counted it as a victory anyway. Because you know what? I'd beaten that boss. With other characters, it was going to happen. It was just a matter of doing it. So we counted it, but I didn't get to see the end. The end.
That's painful.
It sure is. I'm not bitter about it. Much.
No, you sound extremely unbitter about it.
Sure.
So fun fact about Sonic Adventure. If you didn't know this is something to help you and anybody in the chat out. So there's a version of Sonic Adventure. It's called the Sonic Adventure Limited Edition. And it looks the exact same, but right here underneath the logo in orange letters, it says limited edition. I don't think the spine is any different at all. So it's like, just look for those extra letters there. If you have the limited edition version, which is like a rental exclusive or a award for some contest or something, that's like a $500 copy of Sonic Adventure. And it's the type of thing that you could reasonably catch someone not realizing that they have, someone just saying, who doesn't know that much about Dreamcast, being like, oh, Sonic Adventure.
I mean,
so if you ever see that in a game store, or if you ever pass by a Dreamcast lot on Facebook Marketplace or something, just check to see if it says limited edition right there, because you might scoop yourself up a real gem. It's kind of like looking for a not for resale N64 cart. It's just the type of thing people can easily overlook.
Absolutely. Good. Way to inform the audience, Steve. Good.
Yeah.
Job. Good.
Here to help you all out. Here to provide a service to the people. And I'm here to show you my last game. Is that okay? Am I allowed to show my last game, Trev?
Well, I'm wondering maybe if I should go first to show mine, because I feel like yours is going to be more of a draw. We should end on mine, which you've already shown. Do you mind? Is that okay with you?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do yours.
Well, it's the one that we've already talked about. It's Egg. I didn't want to flip back and be like, I have the same game he had earlier. But I got... but mine's... Guess what? Mine, I can play it. Mine's not sealed. Look at that. And I gotta say, I know a lot of people in the chat were loving this game. I played it for a couple hours. Not big on it. I wasn't big on it, but I might give it another shot. I'm willing to blame it on me. I might go at it again. But I didn't have a blast with it when I initially went at it. But interesting game for sure. I'll say that about it. Looks good. All right, now.
Well, if you don't like it, you can send it over to me. I'll take it. You can mail it off to me.
And you'll give me that.
A peek at my Pico.
No. I'm gonna get that anyway.
That's
all
true.
Right.
That's
what's
true.
That number one?
That's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, eventually, that you also made fun of me about the acoustic guitar. That's fair. Can't help it. I was a little bit of a dreamer.
Nah.
Dylan says now everyone knows. Yeah. Hey, you know what? There's 30 people in here. I'm cool if 30 people know. None of them are realistically in my region of the country, so it is what it is.
Except for eventual Nits.
Yeah, well, if she gets an amazing deal on Sonic Adventure Limited Edition, we can work something out.
Okay.
So, big boy here. My biggest one is Ill Bleed. And I was hunting this one for a while. Glad I finally got it. Really interesting horror game. It's like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like a horror like haunted housey type simulator. Like it's just, you have to play it. It is a real twist on horror. It's like all about you track like the character's individual senses and how scared the character is. Like, oh, this is the amount of like scary smells they have encountered, the amount of scary things they have heard. Yeah, really just like goofy horror. Not that scary, but very interesting.
When did you pick this up?
4 years ago, something like that. So 3-4 years ago.
Because the price on that thing today is not welcoming to the wallet.
I don't remember what it was, but it got really expensive. I wanted to say it was like 200 or something, right?
Yeah, well, now it's pushing a little past 250, so...
Oof, yeah, I definitely... whatever I paid, I believe, was double digits.
Good. That's
yeah.
cool. Alright, last thing I'm going to show here for my Dreamcast. Because you said you had a stack of oddities and interesting things, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright, so evidently my camera isn't great at showing things close up. We'll try this anyway. So I have a grody copy of a sports game. Still graces my collection. This is NFL Quarterback Club 2001. As you can see there, it has stuff, somebody's taken an orange pin to it, and you're like, oh my god, did Brett Favre sign this? Holy shit, dude. How did you get a Brett Favre signed copy of NFL Quarterback Club 2001? That's Brett Favre, by the way, Steve. I know you don't like sports. He's the number 4 there. He wears that. He used to wear that number there for the old Packers.
Okay, I'm not a sports guy, but I'm from Minnesota, so I'm aware of the Vikings-Packers rivalry, and I'm aware of who Brett Favre is.
Sure you do. Thanks for reading the script I wrote for you there. And so here, in all orange, somebody has, if you read that, I think it just says as is, and somebody said it was for $2 as is. And you know, they brought the value down to $2 by writing on it. You know? Before then, it was easily a $3 game.
Yeah, they cut into their own profits.
Yeah. We have cracks here. I don't know if you can see that, but there's some cracks along the edge. It's pretty cracked here. There's also tape all over the place, so I had to untape it to open it. There's tape here. You got to untape it to open it. But then I don't understand. On the inside, it's fine, and the disc I don't think has ever been played. So everything about it's fine. They marked it like it was dead on arrival.
They didn't know that you opened it from the side, and so they just kept trying to go in through the front.
I think they were trying to go in through here because it's cracked, like somebody tried to open it with their teeth. But yeah, I just always thought this was
so
weird.
They gave up.
This thing is perfectly okay for being a sports game I'll probably never play. It's fine. So anyway, I think that's funny.
That is really good. Oh, what do you think inspired them? They looked at the condition of that and they said, $1? That's too cheap. This is a $2 game if I've ever seen.
I don't even know what they scrawled on that with. I mean, that's not... Who has just an orange permanent crayon? I don't understand how they did that. It's like the type of stuff like you would outline a body with, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it was evidence.
I have no idea. That's interesting. Here, before I get to this interesting little bonus stack, got to say hi to both Lindis and Ari Lewis 2011, who both just came in. How y'all doing?
How's it going? Music is kind of echoey. Lindis out of the gate just saying, "Hey, buddy, turn that music down." I got you. I'll turn it down a little bit.
This what do you think? This is an amateur production? I don't think so.
I mean, evidently it is. I got it turned down just a tad. Hopefully that's better. But hello, right, Lindis. Hello, Rusty. How you guys doing?
I have a word of warning for you. So first off, these are very cool. I have 3 like homebrew releases. These are all from NG Dev Team, and these are the releases that you've probably heard of before that they've done. This one is Fast Striker, and then there's Last Hope and Gunlord. Gosh, so a couple of these... Oh, they're good. A couple of these are shoot 'em ups. Fast Striker and Last Hope are shoot 'em ups, and then Gunlord is like a Turrican / shoot 'em up. It's like a hybrid. Every other level swaps between like a Turrican run and gun and a shoot 'em up. So they're all very good. But just so you know, it's kind of well known, well advertised. The Dreamcasts can play burned games, right? People always say that that's what killed the Dreamcast, is it doesn't have any copy protection, and so You can just burn a copy of it, play it on your Dreamcast, and you don't need to go buy one. But just so you know, that's not always 100% true. That same principle is why they can easily make reproductions. Like, these are just, burned CDRs or whatever that have a game on it. But they did, in very late models of the Dreamcast, fix that so that it couldn't play burned games. And so when I got these at first, I was like, how do none of these games work? It turns out that I just happened to have a Dreamcast that was from essentially like the last production run of Dreamcast. This is like Dreamcasts that were produced like after 2002 or something like that. And those are much less common to see. But if you ever try to play a homebrew or a burned game and it doesn't work, you might have one of those. And I forget the exact way to tell. You can look up the serial number and there's a way to check. But I happened to have another Dreamcast, like an extra that was lying around, and I was able to swap and use that one instead, and it worked. But I was surprised to learn that there are some Dreamcasts that can't play burned stuff.
So you were alluding to the fact that could be the reason my demo discs don't work.
Yeah, I was good. I don't know if it's the exact same thing, but I ran into an issue playing certain types of discs on a certain Dreamcast, and so I don't know if there's any connection or not, but it reminded me of that.
Were you able to remedy it with what I described? Flipping the old switch in the back?
No, I had to swap my entire unit. I had to switch to a different console.
Huh. You
yeah, the old it was a bit of a bummer.
And see if that works. That'd be interesting. I'd honestly be interested to see if it did. Maybe one day we can play around. But no, those are really cool, man.
Yeah, and the only other homebrew I have is Feet of Fury. This is as you'd expect from me, it's a rhythm game on Dreamcast. But what's really cool is if you look on the back here, and I should have my camera up so I can make sure it's focusing on it, but it's got, like a DDR style deal going on, which would be fun. But it's got this typing rhythm mode.
Heck yeah.
And so you can do some typing of the dance, which is pretty dang cool. And then I had never heard of this. This was just like sitting in a local store for like $10 or something. And I was like, I have to check that one out. So that's very
pretty
cool.
Neat, yeah.
And then my only other bonus here is I have an import copy of Nappletail, which is a very cute Dreamcast import game.
That is cute.
Very fun.
Napple
adorable.
Makes me think of Snapple. And I'm thirsty for facts and juice.
Have you done any exploration of Dreamcast in terms of homebrews and stuff? There's a massive library that I feel like I really haven't even touched on, but I know that there's just dozens and dozens and dozens of.
Honestly, based on what I described earlier, with my Dreamcast being a bit temperamental, I've just been gun shy about investing a ton of time into it with games specifically. Like, I look at some games that take a while, and I'm like, ugh, my VMU has died on me in the middle of a long game. My controller has killed 2 of my Dreamcasts, so I'm more skittish around the Dreamcast. I flinch when I walk past it in the house. I'm like, oh, I thought it moved suddenly. I don't know if it's trying to get me, so I don't know. But yeah, I think you have opened my eyes to a whole new world of Dreamcast, so thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So you mentioned Typing of the Dead. I'm curious, is there anything else that you want to buy that you don't have yet?
Honestly, well, Illbleed now gives me... I wasn't sure about that one until you showed it. Now I'm kind of interested, but I've always wanted Skies of Arcadia.
Good one.
That one's getting up there, man.
Is it? What's it at? I've never looked at it because I have the GameCube version.
I think it's 150 plus right now.
Ugh, yikes.
But yeah, I guess I could do the GameCube. It's not cheap either. But yeah.
Yeah, you kind of lose in either way.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dreamcast's good. I've been, like I said, pulling out these Dreamcast games really got me in a Dreamcast state of mind. I'm trying to be a good boy. I need to behave. I'm not trying to spend a ton of money. But,
with the money, yeah. I was like, what are you doing with your Dreamcast? But no, I got you. You don't want to buy a whole bunch of stuff. I feel that.
But man, I mean, I'd love to get the other shooters. I don't have a Dreamcast. Mars Matrix, Gigawing 2. There's an import called Lack of Love that has been on my wish list for years and years and years, and I've never picked it up. So I feel like there's a lot of good exploring for me left to do on the Dreamcast, but I'm pretty happy with my collection's at too.
I like it too, and the Dreamcast, and honestly, a lot of these Sega things. The NES, I'm much more of a completionist for, but the Sega stuff, I really do try to take the time and get the stuff that I just really want to play. So you get a better curated collection that way for sure. So yeah. What do you say I take a peek at that Pico? Pico? Pico. Always say Pico. Pico, Pikachu. Let me get a peek at that Pico, sir.
You want to get a little peek at that Pico?
Let's waft it by the camera. I know Dilch is excited.
We gotta be upfront here. I have a Pico, but it doesn't work, or I didn't use the right voltage power brick. I can't remember. I'll be honest that I haven't tried to plug it in a while.
Could it have worked and then you killed it when you plugged it in wrong?
Maybe. But yes, we've got.
That's gonna be a bummer. All right. Whoa! Look at that big.
There she is.
Thing. My
in
gosh.
all that glory, nice and sets nicely on the table right there. Oh yeah.
This is a firmly those colors even are 1994, 95, 96, right? Like that's when those colors were invented. Like that just takes me back.
Yep, man. It's so good. And I'm glad we did this. I forgot. I thought I didn't have any Pico games. Turns out I have a Pico game. There was one in here. Let's see if I can Vanna White you.
Oh, please. Saunter past it real sassily. Oh, is that the Magic School Bus?
That's cool, that is the Magic School Bus.
I was infatuated with the Magic School Bus up until I was 18. Just kidding. I was probably younger. But no.
Yeah, you got these big spongy buttons down here.
Dude, that's awesome.
Got that Pico pen that's connected, so you can do a little.
I can still see the last kid that played this. I can still see their snot smeared on the touchpad. That's great.
But yeah, let's see if I can get this out here.
Whip it out. Let's take a peek.
For anyone that doesn't know,
yeah, the Pico is an absolute unit never before seen for sure.
So true. So this is what a Pico game looks like.
Ugly.
Maybe does this beat the Neo Geo for the biggest cartridge? Okay, this is good. The caution label on the back says, let's see if we can get it to focus there. This software is a precision instrument. That's probably mirrored for you, but
no, I see it straight up. Precision instrument. It says
this software is a precision instrument. We got that Magic School Bus. We can do that little flip book. Oh, there's that Magic Solar System.
Now,
that's
do they
what you
still
like
recognize Pluto? That's what we have to know.
Ooh, let's see.
This was what we grew up on, man. It's got to have.
Yeah, Pluto. It's definitely in there. Yeah, it is. You can see way on the outside there. There it is in its non-standard elliptical orbit.
Get it.
People try to say, well, Pluto doesn't meet the criteria for a planet. It doesn't clear out the debris in the path of its orbit. And it's like, oh, I hear it. All right.
What is it? A big circular cold rock floating around? That's a planet. That's what
I'm not about to learn something and then learn it again later. I already learned about Pluto. It's done.
Spherical. I said circular.
There you go. There's the ocean. I know you want to see the ocean, but you want to see more than the ocean?
Well, keep going. Don't be shy about this.
You want to see the human body.
That's where the pizza goes.
This is in the same exact shape as that dude who lives in like the cross-dimensional universe from Adventure Time. It also looks like the guy from Operation.
That guy, I mean, he has to wear a belt. He has no hips. He is just
so true. He's only got bones in one leg, and he's only got veins in the other.
That sucks.
That one leg is stiff and cold, and that other leg is floppy and warm.
Well, there's a reason he's dead, and they're operating on him, I guess.
Well, this is candles, or paints. That's learning.
Well, you did just learn the difference between candle and paint, so that was neat.
Oh, and that's the last page. Let's see. Oh, I didn't show you the dinosaur page.
Now, you know what I learned, Steve? Not all of those are dinosaurs.
Do tell.
Pterodactyls aren't dinosaurs; they're pteranodons. And we have a mean email about that. Yeah.
Is that mean email for DrunkFriend or for Polykill?
It's for Polykill. It's from Dilch.
Oh, dang it!
Classic
all right.
Dilch
Well, hey,
move.
At least one of these has feathers. The classic dinosaurs have feathers deal.
Yeah,
at least there's one that has feathers. That looks like a Pokemon.
That's legitimately a bird, though. So.
No, it's a dinosaur. There she is.
There she is.
But yeah, when I learned I had a game, I'm a little more optimistic about maybe my Pico works. I'm gonna probably try to plug it in and see if we can't get this puppy going, because I can't think of a better Friday night than just sitting down with some Pico.
Does it not take? Because I mean, the Game Gear even takes the Sega Model 2 adapter. Would the Pico not? It's got to take the same thing.
Let me find you the. It doesn't have anything specific. It just says DC in. It probably does. It looks like the same slot. But who knows?
Slap that in. Slap it in there. Actually, no.
We'll have to give it a shot.
I need you to Google it first. Don't do what I'm telling you.
But yeah, I got this one at a thrift store, so you can. I mean, it's pretty beat up on the front. It's all scratched, and you don't want a nice condition Pico. You want a well respected, time tested Pico that a kid has gotten their money's worth out.
I want one lugged off the beaches of Normandy. I really want a battle tested Pico. Tell me, did they sell it as is? Did they say this thing might not work?
They didn't even know what it was. It was just like unceremoniously in like the same section as their VCRs and their old TVs and stuff like that.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, but
that was
there you go. That's the. We all got to say we saw a Sega Pico today.
Took a peek at the Pico. I gotta say, I feel pretty good about it. I feel satisfied.
Yeah.
It's
a nice sense of
robust.
relief.
I feel like any Google image search I've ever done did not capture how massive that hooking piece of leapfrog ass shit is.
It is like. It is the Pico or the Game Gear is to a Game Boy as the Pico is to like a laptop. It's just like a massive, thick, chunky laptop.
Yeah, most of that is just plastic, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it uses the same hardware as the Genesis, so like there's nothing in there that couldn't have just fit inside like a Genesis Model 2, so who knows?
I'm surprised they didn't find a way to attach it to the 32X Sega CD Genesis. There was still room. They could have added a Pico just above the CD, and then you would have had the whole deal. It would have been amazing.
That would have been amazing. Apparently Charlie Bailey remembers they used to be sold at Target. I definitely don't remember. In my experience, Picos only exist on the internet or in the one thrift store where I found one. So
I hear you, buddy.
I wish I had a Pico growing up. That's a true leapster for you.
So before we have a brief halftime. So before that, I say we take turns because I got to get a refill. So if I leave you with chat and then I come back and you leave me with chat and we take about 3 minutes of that before we go to the next thing, would that be cool with you, Steve?
That works with me. Go get your refill, buddy.
All right. Have fun with the people.
All right. Cool guy Mike, that's like your body except one leg is filled with donuts and the other's filled with gummy bears. I think if I was going to look like... let's get the visual aid for the people because they need to know what I'm talking about. So if I was this guy, but, filled with something other than a single bone leg and a single vein leg, I think I would be probably filled with like... all this would just be coffee, and then this side would be like Sour Patch Kids. Or maybe Taco Bell. One of those two. But I'm for it. They're flying reptiles, bro. Oh, are you correcting us now so that you can then correct us later on Polykill, Dylan? I don't know about that. You might be getting thrown onto the old ban list for the podcast. They named a Sega console after you. That's right. Also, hello, old ass retro gamer. Welcome in. I don't know if I saw you. If you were here before, I apologize. I missed it, but it's good to see you. Primary style laptop. Can you? That is like a YouTube video just waiting to be made, right? Is someone bringing in a Sega Pico to a Starbucks or a Caribou, sitting down, opening it, and using it in the exact same way and with the exact same self-seriousness that like people sit down and write their manuscripts and stuff in a coffee shop, just sitting down and plucking away at it like it's a Mac. I might have to do that. That sounds pretty dang good. Sega used to have Target used to have a row in the toy section that sold Picos and Richard Scary Things and other learning devices. I was never brought down that aisle as young Blink. Little mini me was never introduced to those things. My parents just raised me on the Genesis.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Mine would be beer in one leg and cheese in the other.
Who bullied you while I was gone?
What?
Who bullied you while I was out? Anybody?
Mostly just DC. But
Bilch?
I think that bullying is sort of built into their nature.
He loves dinosaurs and birds. We picked the wrong guy to start a fight with our ignorance. He and my daughter are the two biggest fans of dinosaurs and birds. She's 2.
All right, entertain the lovely people while I go get a refill.
Oh, I would love to. And flip over here to me. Well, actually, I'm going to stay here. We want to watch Steve walk away. I've never seen him. I've never seen his side before. Let's see. See what he looks. Oh, wow. Let me see if I can. Come on, get up and move. I want to see you working. Oh, look at that side meat. Man, all right. So, anyway, I wanted to leave it on this screen mainly so I could point out that the polymedianetwork.com is where you can go if you want to catch all of our podcasts and whatnot. We got more than just Polykill. And if you didn't know about Polykill, you're like, I thought this was just that SNESdrunk guy's channel. He just shared his reviews of NES videos as an excuse to fit in all of his dad jokes, and that's certainly true. But I also do a podcast, several, where I fit in more of those same style jokes. And so, polymedianetwork.com, go check those out. I do one with SNESdrunk, I do one with Steve, I do one with Caleb J. Ross, who was here earlier. And that's all I'm ever going to do, because I have no time for anything else. And also, please check out Steve's stream on twitch.tv/Blinkoom, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays at some point during Central Time. I don't understand time zones. You won't get that information from me. Alright. How are we doing in here? Dinosaurs and birds from Charlie. Top Spot says, lay a Dreamcast keyboard across the Pico and type away. I like that. Why not? Where are we at? Where did Steve leave off? Oh, Chris, old ass retro gamer, is in the house. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Thanks for stopping by. Sorry that Steve just left off your beat tweets for a whole month. I reprimanded him. He's been dealt with swiftly. Oh, you want to see the full screen Blinks cam? I want to see that sweet merch in the background. Of course you do, Round 2 Gaming. The merch lord is here with us. I can't do any zooms, but as you can see, he's got a Mario standing back there. Looks like he's got maybe a banjo and a kazooie kicking around. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? Happy Dad Jokes Day. Yeah, I got to tell you, my family did offer me some more fake laughs and less hostility toward my jokes today as to honor Father's Day, which I appreciated. Sorry, Steve. We weren't being creepy. We were looking at your merch. Sorry, can you hear me? Appreciate you looking for me. Well, we were looking at your merch. Round 2 wanted to get a unobstructed view of your knickknacks back there. So,
did he scope any good ones? Is he liking what he sees?
I could not tell you. He hasn't responded. I think he's still in awe, or maybe he's just pricing what you have to see what he could offer. Also, I settled the beef here. I told him, I said, the old ass retro gamer. I said, I'm sorry that Steve wronged you there for a full month, ignored all your beats. I've dealt with Steve. He's been reprimanded. He says, cool, no problem. So that's all water under the bridge. What else happened while you were gone? Not much.
That's bad management. If you're hiring people that aren't getting the job done, that comes back on you, buddy.
I know. Trust me. Let's see here. Round 2 asks, what's that Journey thing in the background? A plush?
The Journey thing. So you're talking about this right here? So this is a Journey plush.
Hold on.
And then right here is a Journey figure. I think this is from, I forget now, Smile Bit or something like that. And then this is a plush figure.
Thank you for that. Steve, as part of this halftime, we said that we would briefly, quickly, because we didn't do this last time we meant to, go over the games that we want for each of those Sony boys. And we could keep this very brief, because I have mine at the forefront of my mind. So PS1, what's the next game you want on that PS1 row of games?
All right, so like the one game that I want the most.
Yeah, what do you want? Yeah, maybe two.
I mean,
there's a tie, but
there's tons of imports I want, but the one game that I want the most that I should have bought a long time ago didn't is Shadow Tower, which is like a
not familiar.
It's like a survival horror Kingsfield. Very, very pricey at this point, but it's just real atmospheric, real spooky, kind of dungeon crawlery. Very, very cool looking game. One I've wanted to play for a long time.
I'm not familiar with that one. That's why I love the PS1 so much. Mine's going to be Medieval. I think I brought that up. I have Medieval 2. I have Medieval Resurrection on the PSP.
Ooh.
No, I don't. I want that too, but I definitely want the first Medieval for the PS1. It's not even that hard to find. I'm just stubborn about the price. You know how it goes.
Did you pick up the remaster or the remake on PS4?
No. I should.
That might temporarily ease some of it, but I know that you want that orig.
Yeah,
my boy wants that collectible piece.
It's stupid. Okay. PlayStation
and Charlie, I do not have a Shadow Tower manual laying around. I'm sorry. Oh, something else real quick I should have mentioned about Shadow Tower. It's a From Software game. So that also adds to its collectability.
Cool. PlayStation 2, what do you want?
Video games mostly. I'd love to get video games. Let's consult the list here, see what my most wanted PS2 game is. I
have a
give me yours tie. And I'll give you mine.
I have a three-way tie. I want the Castlevanias, especially Curse of Darkness, but that's only because it's the most expensive one. I also want the Wild Arms 4, 5, and Alter Code F. I have 3.
Yep.
Look at me go. Don't have those last 3 there. And I want Silent Hill 4.
All good picks. Would you take Silent Hill 4 on the original Xbox?
Yeah, I'm not picky. I just want it.
All right.
It's probably cheaper on the Xbox too, I'd imagine.
Yeah. So there's a lot of like imports and stuff that I want. Like I'd love to get Gregory Horror Show, which is a PAL import, but probably the one that I want the most right now, and it's also the one that I could most easily get, is there's a Neopets game on PS2. It's called Neopets: The Darkest Fairy, and it seems like it would be an interesting jank 3D platformer, which you know is right in my wheelhouse.
I know it is.
And it has the added benefit of Leah is she was a girl born and raised on Neopets. She was working hard day in day out, grinding those Neo points, unlocking those Neopets, and so I think she would also want to check it out. So that's probably one of the next PS2 games I will end up buying.
That's an interesting choice. Not what I expected, but it's interesting. PS3, I actually do have one. And that's because of Pete Dorr. We talked to Pete Dorr here last week on DrunkFriend. I asked him.
That's true.
And what Pete Dorr says goes, in my opinion. He's the gospel, especially when it comes to anything PS1 to PS5. And I says, yo, Pete, I like that Dark Cloud. I like that Dark Cloud 2. What do you got for me? Give me a recommendation. And he spouted out White Knight Chronicles, which is also a level 5 ordeal. I think it's mainly an online game, is centered on that, but it has a campaign. They're super duper cheap. There might even be a collection I could get some other way and avoid getting a PS3, but I don't mind getting a PS3 if it's the right price. But that would be one I'd want, just to try it out, see what Pete thinks, see what Pete's thinking.
Good call. I played the first White Knight Chronicles a bit, not online though, and it was fun. It was sort of like a typical-ish action RPG. I see where he's coming from when I listen to that episode, but I'll be curious to hear what you think. So on PS3, there's a couple of PS3 games I want that are actually multi-platform, but I'd like to get the PS3 version because, your boy doesn't pass up a trophy from time to time. And there's 2 Saw games, Saw and Saw 2, that I'd like to get. I'd like to get 3D platformer called Mini Ninjas, and then the kind of like the big thing I would want, but I don't think I would spend the money on, is there was in the US it was a digital only release. It was called Rain, and the game was you were playing as this kid who was invisible, and you can only see him because there was rain falling in the game, and you would see the rain hitting his invisible figure and like making his outline.
Now that's neat.
And it has like a real kind of like Limbo meets Eco look, so very in my wheelhouse. And there is like one of those Asia English versions released in like Hong Kong, but with English language text in it versions that you can get for that one, and it is pricey.
Right.
So I'd love to have a physical version of that, because it didn't get a physical version here, and with the store going away at some point, it'll be gone forever. But I don't know that I'd ever actually pop on it for the several $100s that it goes for.
Yeah.
and Musty, we'll work something out if you got a copy of Mini Ninjas that you don't need anymore on the old PS3.
Hey, there you go, man. It's always good to... Hello, Musty, by the way. Good to see you, man. All right, let's speed this up because we got a lot to talk about. By the way, I'm wearing my PlayStation shirt because I forgot to wear it last time. I'm an idiot, but I don't have a Sega shirt, so it worked out.
I put on my Sonic one, so that's something.
Hey, look at you go. Oh, that's nice. Do you want to... I don't know where to hit on this. Do you want to do PS4? Do you have something? I don't really have anything that... I have everything I want right now. I'm pretty satiated on the PS4, to be honest. I'm not collecting for it. I'm just playing it, so... What about you?
I mean, there's just... Stuff is still coming out. So much is coming out so rapidly that, like... There's a lot that I want that I don't have, but nothing that I'm, like, desperate for yet, because it hasn't gotten too pricey. I would say if I was going to pull something out, I would want... maybe Disaster Report 4 is probably the one that I want the most, because it has some VR mode in it.
There you go. PSP.
Good stuff. Easily the one that I want the most is Ys Oath in Felghana. That's the one that I showed you where I have the two Ys games, but I don't complete the spine logo because I'm missing the middle one.
Yeah, I hear you. Is that the only one you could think of?
For PSP, let's see here.
Well, I was just going to say, because there are a lot of mainline PlayStation franchises that have spin-offs on the PSP that I want. Like, basically all those Ys games, I think you have most of them, right? I can't remember.
Yeah, I have all of them but the one that I mentioned.
Yeah, so I want all of them. I think there's 4, including the 1 and 2 Chronicles, 7, Arc of Napistim? I got it. Wild Arms XF, and of course, let me scroll up here. I've already forgotten it. Crap. Sorry, I'm looking on my phone at my want list. Oh, Gungear is one that I want. Oh, Obscure the Aftermath, another spooker.
I didn't even know that had a PSP release.
I'm confused though, because is Obscure the Aftermath, is that a straight port of the sequel, or is that a PSP version? Like, is that technically an Obscure 3?
Yeah, I'd want to find that out too, because if it's a unique standalone game, then my desire to get it goes way up.
That's where I'm at. Yeah. So if it is, it is. Okay. All right. Let's keep the ball rolling here. Do you have other
and also,
PSPs?
Hello J9, welcome in. And Never
J9.
Before Seen, you want 13 Sentinels? That's a good one. It's a good poll. 13 Sentinels was my game of the year last year, so good pick.
Good pick.
Anyways, were we on Vita, you said?
Yeah. What do you want on that?
The ones that I want most are, I don't have Ys 8, and that one got real spendy on me, and Silent Hill Book of Memories, which I mostly just want because it's one of the only Silent Hill games I don't own.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. If I got a Vita, I'd want Silent Hill Book of Memories. I also want the 3 Zero Escapes.
Oh, they're very good. I don't think 999 is on there, but Virtue's Last Reward, excellent game.
Yeah. Zero Time Dilemma is also in there as well. All right. So, do you want to do VR? Do you have any wants there?
Let's see what we got on the old VR wish list. I don't have a lot that I like really actively want on VR. I actually I'm very fortunate. I just got for my birthday a couple days ago, Leah's family got me both Star Wars Squadrons, which I know was free, but they got me that, and they got me the Iron Man VR game, which were a couple that I was interested in. There's some imports and like budget cuts and some weird off the wall things that I want on VR, but there's none that I'm like really hunting down.
Cool.
How about you?
No, I've not looked into the library. I honestly couldn't tell you. I'd love to try the opening of Resident Evil 7 in VR. That's as far as I'll go. What do you say we jump into the Sega CD then? Give the people what they want, Steve.
Let's pop in on the Sega CD. Yeah.
Let me go first here with my pick of my collection, because Steve's going to outdo me a little bit on these, so I want to save his for last. Let's see here. That's what we're working with here. So nothing too cray. A lot of budget titles that I've come up with over time. I like collecting the Sega CD. I like finding the weird stuff it has, all the FMV weirdness, but I just really haven't taken the time to amass a collection to be proud of. It's a lot of not great for me, is what I'm working.
I mean, you've got some good in there. There's
a couple.
Two that I'd like that I don't. Oh, there's one that I'd like that I don't have, and there's one that you just sold me on recently, I think.
I sold you? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's cool. All right, so without further ado, let's check out what you've got going on, because it's pretty.
Yeah, hit up that Sega CD collection here.
All right, so this is a video we got going on. Now I really want that Fahrenheit split. I want that.
You know, I haven't actually played that one yet. I have 23 games on the Sega CD, and all of them are complete, obviously. And I have a funny story about how I got my Sega CD. This is like, I was so excited to get the console. I'm gonna grab something here. Yeah. So, I got my Sega CD probably 2015, 2014, somewhere in there. A Craigslist ad popped up, and it was for a complete in-box Sega CD. It's a Model 2, and so the side-loading one, not the one that goes underneath your Genesis, and a stack of games, both Sega CD games and Genesis games. Nothing like mind-blowing in there, but some good stuff. It had like the original Streets of Rage. For Sega CD, I think it was Eternal Champions, a couple other things. But it was only $70, which is just a steal.
Yeah.
So I messaged this guy. I happened to be the one. He says, "Yep, come out, check it out." It was a ways away. It was like a 40-minute drive. Drove there. Got in. He was like, he had it all set up in his living room so I could test it out. Everything worked great. And as I'm testing it, he's telling me like, "Oh, I got so many other people messaging me. You know, I got people trying to offer me more, but I put it up for 70. I'm just going to hold true to my word, give it to you for 70." And I was like, "I appreciate that, man. Good on you." But I was so excited to get it, and so like not in my right mind, that we got it all packed up, brought it out to my car. I shook the guy's hand. I was like, "Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Take care." And he's giving me this real awkward look, and I'm like, "What? Like, what is going on?" And he says, "You have to pay me." I realized I hadn't given him any money. I was just like loading it into my car and about to drive off because I was so excited to have it. I forgot to hand him the money, and so I had the cash. I gave it to him and I left. I was like, man, he 100% thinks I was trying to steal this, but nope.
That's funny.
I was just too pumped up. But yeah, so here's this is the box that I got in that one.
Oh, nice! You have the box.
Yeah, so it came all bundled up in the box. And
so good point raised here in the chat. Xboxer Brief says, "How do neither of you have Sewer Shark?" And that should have been in there, right? If that box was original to the owner and the owner had those games.
Yeah, it actually did come with Sewer Shark, and I got rid of it because it was just loose discs, and that really bugged me. The manual is all like torn up and basically beat up, so I sold it off, and I'd like to get another copy of it at some point.
Gotcha. Sorry to make you sound really nerdy there, Xboxer Briefs. I couldn't help.
So true.
Hungry Bill says he'll give you 70 and an acoustic guitar for that box.
You know that my price of an acoustic guitar is a Dreamcast with like 10 great games, so I won't settle for anything less.
All right. I'm going to think, see, I only have 3 here that I brought to the table because like all of my Sega CD games are garbage, except for 3. I don't have a lot of good experience with that console in terms of with the games that I have, I should say.
Yeah.
Because all the good ones are too damn expensive, Steven. I don't have
They
all the
are
good
so
ones.
expensive. That's
I don't
so
have any
true.
of the good ones. So, show us something here. Impress the audience. I mean, we all saw that video just now. We saw some of that good.
Yeah, you got a little peeky peek? All right, first up here. As with all, we've got us a top 5. First up here, pretty fun shooter. Android Assault, The Revenge of the Berry Arm. First off, excellent cover. Love that cover.
It's great, yeah.
And yeah, just like a
That's a good looking
fun
box,
side-scrolling shoot 'em up. Yeah, it's a real clean one. I got this one. This was, I think, one of my pickups from a convention. So I would have gotten it at least 2 years ago, but I don't remember exactly when or how. You know, got that styrofoam in there.
I love getting the styrofoam, man.
I know. I wish all mine had it. I love how it feels like it's about to deteriorate in your hands as you touch it.
You know what we could do? We could go to the dump, find some old discarded couches, rip out the cushions, and just start a replacement styrofoam business for your old systems based off junky couch stuffing. I think we have a future.
I think that's probably $1 million idea. I can't imagine that going wrong at all.
But we charge $50 for each brick.
Don't go buy any cheap sports games or anything. Give us your money. $50 for a brick of styrofoam.
That's right. Why don't you share another one before I jump in?
Okay. And this one goes very nicely with it. A lot of my more expensive ones are shooters on the Sega CD. This is Robo Lest, same series as Musha on the Genesis, which is a lot of people's sort of white whale. And yeah, this one is another scrolling shoot 'em up. This is a vertical scrolling shoot 'em up. Another very fun one. Come on, focus for me so people can see the beautiful sprites.
That's beautiful.
But yeah, this one, I actually think I got this at the same time as Android Assault, now that I think about it. So, yeah, just another fun shooter on the Sega CD.
Good job. Okay.
Good stuff. Abandoned Witch Retro Gaming. The one missing from the collection on Sega CD is Rise of the Dragon. You know, Rise of the Dragon is on my wish list, so I would like to check it out.
So, I'm going to show these a little bit out of order because I think the other one that I have is more interesting. Because I'm sure that most folks have Sonic CD. So, this actually is my most valuable game, quote unquote, looking at all the price metrics that you find online, which I think is interesting. But I guess,
what's it going for?
Well, according to my sources that I don't trust all the time, I don't know. Maybe 85? I don't know. I'm throwing a number out. What are you looking it up?
Yeah, I'll look it up. I'm curious because I used to have a second copy of Sonic CD and I traded it straight across for a copy of Sky Gunner on PS2. Oh. And I like to see if my trade benefited me in the long run. But it looks like you're about right.
Yeah, I just assume that the recent prices have shot up. But what's fun is that when I bought this, of course, it came with Sonic CD inside of it, but I also noticed that it was jiggling a little bit on the inside. Opened her up here, and there is a burned copy of Snatcher right there.
Oh!
So I technically kind of have it, but it's obviously not legitimately. So that's a fun find.
But if you tuck that Snatcher into the Sonic CD case, you can say you've got a Snatcher complete in its case.
It's in a case for sure.
Yeah, it's in there. It's in a case with the inserts and a manual.
Yep. You can't beat that. I mean, it's just kind of like kind of neat. Didn't expect to find that. I don't even know if it works. It might be. It might not even be Snatcher. I should check it out. I was just amused by it.
Bait. Ultimate bait. When did you get your Sega CD?
Good question. Not too long ago. I mean, not too long ago in terms of collecting time. Maybe 5-6 years ago. I got the one that goes on the sidecar, and I think I'd gone to this guy a couple times because he had some, but they never worked. And so I was like, "Are you sure this one works?" He goes, "That's the one that works, man. A guy brought it in just yesterday, man. I promise it still works, man." And I was like, "Can we?" And I made him test it in front of me, and it appeared to work. So I'd been looking for one for a while, and finally found one that the high guy that worked at the game store I was at got to work. So that's what my collection is. Very small.
I think you had a pretty sizable collection. It's not easy to get any Sega CD games.
It's tough.
For a long time, my collection was like 3 games. So, all right. Do you have another one you want to pop up, or you want me to show another one?
You should go. You should keep going.
All right. So let's pull up our next one. The last shooter we're going to show, and probably my favorite of the shooters I've shown, Lords of Thunder. Real good cover there. I mean,
I've always loved that cover. And it makes me want to do a few more sit-ups every morning, but yeah, it's good.
Excellent soundtrack in this one too. Pretty easy as far as shoot 'em ups goes, but a lot of fun. I enjoy this one quite a bit. And this one, a lot of mine aren't in perfect condition. This one has probably not going to come through on the camera. It's got like a little bit of the waviness in the artwork there.
If it doesn't come through on the camera, does it really exist? I don't know. I think it's fine.
Kind of can see it. So, but other than that, it's in real nice shape. So, really, exactly what Rob says. There's heavy metal and shoot 'em up for him. Very, very good.
Like you could put that cover on any band shirt, and it would fit. From any band from 1978.
Yeah, exactly.
Jethro Tull. No, I'm kidding. That wouldn't make sense.
Okay. It's real good. I got 2 more. You want me to do another one?
No, because I know what's coming up here, and I don't want to get in the way of it. Here is, I guess, what you might say one of my more prized possessions in the collection: Cadillacs and dinosaurs.
Yeah, I'm jealous of this. This is the one I saw on that shelf. I'm thinking, I'd like to get me some of that.
Yeah, I've always loved the art in it. I've messed around with it. I don't ever get very far in this, but I find it so charming. And it's kind of, I don't know, I can't ever get it to focus right, but you can see there it's more cartoony, cel-shaded type graphics in a way. Animated. It's good stuff, man. So, this was one that I picked up for really cheap. It was one of the few wins I've gotten in terms of buying a game before it got expensive on the Sega CD. I picked that up for a very humble, like $25, and it's much more than that now. So, a small victory for me there.
I have the exact opposite story on that one. I remember seeing a copy and passing it up because it was like $40 or something, and I was like, "Oh, it's $5 overpriced. I'll get that game at some point." And then the window passed me by. So, good pick. I'd like to see you beat that one. Maybe you could stream that one exclusively for us.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
All right, so we'll pop into my last 2, my big 2 here.
All right.
The first one here, one of them Working Designs games. We got us a Popful Mail. Popful Mail.
Give it.
Beautiful cover there.
And now I got a sealed Ooga Booga if you want it.
Yeah, I mean, we're already trading for a lot of stuff, so you might as well just add that to that seal. I mean, you've seen those water prices. There's no upper limit on what the price of that Ooga Booga is going to go for.
That's true.
I can't get it to focus. It really wants to focus on my 360 games in the background.
Nobody wants that. Do they? Xbox briefs.
Cool action, like side-scrolling platformer action RPG, I guess. Very fun. A friend of mine had this, not this exact copy, but I played it a lot over at his place like half a decade ago or something like that. And eventually I was like, I got to get a copy of that one. And thankfully, was very patient on eBay and finally found a copy for still absurd money, but relative to current, not something that like I skipped a mortgage payment on or anything like that. That's
one of those I've just resigned to. I'll probably never own it. I'm probably going to have to just, to go the way of the burned Snatcher and get a burned Popful Mail. Why not? Or just play a ROM. Why not?
I'm surprised that it got as expensive as it did. It's... Oof. And then the last one, which...
Hold on. No, you put that back. We have to. I have to tout this amazing game that I played recently, Power Rangers.
Let's see it.
What an amazing game this is! Oh my god!
Oh, that's the one.
Oh, folks, you're out there. A lot of you are thinking, Power Rangers. What are you doing? It's just an FMV game, or it's a QuickTime event game with the Power Rangers in it. What are you talking about? I was like, yeah, it's perfect. It's wonder if you're a Power Rangers fan and you don't feel like playing a game with two hands, and maybe you're a little hungover. This will get you through. Play it on the hardest mode out of the gate, because if you don't, you'll get cock blocked for the final bit. You'll want that ending where Rita Repulsa goes down. The crew gets their act together. This is the original cast and crew from when it hit the 90s there, 93 I think, and this is just fantastic. And yes, I am just getting in the way of Steve's number one game on purpose. So please, Steve.
You're actually, you say you're getting in the way, and you'd think that I would be impatient, like, come on, man, let me show off this Last Boy. But literally, you're showing me that, and I'm getting so excited that I'm on eBay like, oh man, that Power Rangers game pretty affordable.
It's pretty affordable. Yeah.
Might need to pop on a copy of that. I'm legitimately jealous of that game. It's not always about how pricey they are or how rare they are. Sometimes you just want to have a freaking good game in the collection.
It was great, man. It hit all the highlights of the first season, so it was great.
Oh, I may have to indulge, but yeah, the number one here.
Oh,
we got the Snatcher. We got the big
God.
boy.
It looks so good.
It's a real nice copy too. Very, very clean. It's a fun game. I mean, to be honest, doesn't fully age well in terms of all of the content in this game. Maybe it's a little 90s misogynistic and stuff, but excellent soundtrack and a fun visual novelty type game. Is it worth the price it goes for? I don't know. It's up to you to decide, I guess. But almost certainly no. But
as a collector, I mean, well, we follow different rules. I've always wondered, do you know this? Does anyone know this? Why it's stripy down the side? Is that the only Sega CD game like that?
I want to say it is. Yeah, it probably is.
Because when I see the stripy, I just immediately think Snatcher. I don't think, oh, I wonder if it's Snatcher. I just know. It's like they knew it was going to be expensive, and they were like, well, we'll definitely want to outline it from a distance so people know not to walk near it if they're poor, like me at a convention. Yeah.
Dean, you picked up a copy of Snatcher at Midwest Gaming Classic. Ooh, what year was that? That's awesome. I will say, so Snatcher's one of the games I've spent the most money on. I don't remember exactly what I paid, but it was still a good chunk of money. But it was several years ago before it was like a quadruple digit game. But probably 300-ish. I'd have to go look at the receipt. It might even be more than that. But I will say I have never investigated a game so closely to confirm if it is a fake as I did this game, because I got it for a decent price relative to whatever it was going for at the time. But I was on like forums, I was looking at like imprint codes on the disc, I was checking every tiny little copyright detail, every location of every like tiny bit of trademark information to make sure that it wasn't a reproduction case or a reproduction manual or anything, because I was like so nervous that for the condition I was getting it in and the price I got it for, that I was somehow getting taken for a ride.
Did it have? Because this, for folks, so the folks at home know, this is an example of a fake. So if you see this is not it.
Yeah, it's not. It looks a little more official than that.
Yeah.
I think the
verbatim.
I think the font is a little cleaner.
Sure.
And it doesn't have that V logo on the top. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how people. I mean, they're getting close. They're getting close with those fakes.
I feel like this is at some point is going to get re-released. Like in a world where limited run games is re-releasing Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, I can't imagine that at some point Snatcher won't come out in some other form. It's really weird to me that this is sort of like trapped on the Sega CD as a console. So
sure, I mean, there's also Night Trap and Double Switch. I mean, they've dug in there before.
Yeah,
it could happen.
Yep. So who knows? I hope it does, because I'd like more people to play it. Abandoned Witch says a game to look out for is Shining Force CD. Is that one that you have?
Me?
Yeah.
No, God, I wish. I want all the Shining Forces. You have what? Which one? 3 or Wisdom? Which one do you have? Arc? Which one is it?
I have the Saturn ones, but I don't have Shining Force CD.
Oh, that's right.
I'd like to pick that one up.
That's right. I confused where they were.
Yeah.
Great. Do you have any more Sega CD stuff, or are we going to hit this? What are we on to next here? 32X?
Yeah, let's bounce onto the 32X.
Okay, let's do that. I don't have anything with me to show. It's all pretty summarized in my picture here of my 7 games. Small library, obviously. There's not a ton, but I do have one that is pretty neat in terms of, I guess, upper echelon 32X games. So that would be Knuckles Chaotix, and that is the only game in this lot of games here I ever got for free.
Oh, how'd that come about?
Well, I have a buddy whose now wife was, I guess she had this growing up. She just had a 32X with Chaotix, and see, she also had, I got her Sega Genesis and a few of those games, but that was just like Clue and Columns and stuff like that. And then she was like, oh, and then we also found this thing, and it came with this Knuckles game. Do you want that too? And I was like, listen, I got to tell you guys straight up, I appreciate you giving me this stuff. I know I collect, but that one costs money. And they were like, we don't care. Just take it. I was like, all right, I told you.
Wow.
And I was like, but it costs, like, I showed them how much it cost. It wasn't just like, it's worth at least $8. I did my due diligence, but they still insisted that it could be a free Christmas gift to me, so that I cherish that one. And it's a cool piece of my very small 32X collection.
Now, all right, let's pump the brakes here for a second. First off, you keep calling all your collections humble, and you've got some solid collections. So I'm gonna have to scold you a little bit, but
I mean, you just whipped out a snatcher and a pop full mail. I mean,
I think it's time for you to pump the muscles a little bit, because you have more games than I do on the 32X. I only have 6.
Suck.
Your collection's bigger.
You suck. Yours probably has cardboard all around it, though, I bet. All this cardboard.
We are going to show a little bit of yellow cardboard, that's true.
Oh.
That's the wrong console.
Now, this is a good-looking buddy. This is good. You got 2 of the big dogs. What, are you just missing that Spider-Man for the big, hefty trio, right?
Yeah, and I don't know if I want it or not. It doesn't seem like a great game. So, like, it would be super collectible, but it's so expensive at this point that I don't know that I'm really seeking it. I have the stuff I really want on it, which is four of these, and I have them that I can show you. But the only game that I kind of still want on 32X, or that like is on my wish list actively right now, is Blackthorn. I'd like to get the 32X version of Blackthorn.
Have you played through the Super Nintendo version, or played any of it? It's a great game. I've never played it, and I've heard the 32X one is the best one. Oh, I'm sure, yeah, but it's fun. I played all the way through the Super Nintendo version, and it's one of my... I don't know, it's a game no one really talks about. It's Blizzard's first foray. It's good.
Yeah.
As Blizzard, they had other games. Whatever. All right, show us what you got.
I'd like to pick that one up, but I mean, you and I both, we have like a fifth of the 32X library. Isn't it only 36 games like in total?
So. Yeah. I mean, is there any that you do want? Did you mention that when I just that Blackthorn, and maybe if I found a copy of Spider-Man, I would keep it, but I can't imagine ever putting down the cash for Spider-Man. Right. I want the Fahrenheit game. I know it's on the 32X and the Sega CD. I don't know why, I just really want something about firemen games that I like. I don't know.
I respect it.
I have a couple firemen. Like you like the putt-putt games. I like the firefighter stuff. There's only like 4 of those, though.
It's still a good one, though. I mean, it's a good subgenre. I respect it. Firefighting is a unique thing to do in video games. Absolutely. And also, hello, Sancho Panda. Welcome
Sancho Panda, welcome. All right. We're getting some clout up in here. My goodness.
All right. Now, we're having to sit here and deal with world record holders. So the 4 that I have that are kind of my 4 biggest ones, they're also the 4 that I wanted the most on the system. That's why I got the system. 1, Zaxxon's Mother Base 2000. Actually pretty fun game. Maybe of the like 32X exclusives, one of the lesser known ones. It's a isometric shooter, Zaxxon, so yeah. It's pretty fun. It's hard. I'm absolutely awful at this game, but it's good. Also, my copy has like this diagonal action going on. I straighten it out, and it just goes back to being diagonal again.
Honestly, unacceptable. Yeah.
I know. I might as well just toss that cardboard away.
I'll take it.
This one, you're gonna get mad at me because this is another one that I got almost for free at that same game store where I got Tails Adventure for free. This is Tempo, and it's definitely gonna look better on camera. But what you can't tell is that it's like the yellow here is pretty faded, and it's kind of the box is just kind of crunchy. It's not super apparent if you're not holding it in person, but you can tell that this one has seen some love before. Really excellent game, very colorful platformer. But yeah, I ended up getting this one for the shop that sold it to me. They sold it to me for the price of just the cart because the box was already crunchy, and he's like, you can just keep the box of manual. I won't even charge you for those pieces. So
I love that
worked
cover.
out pretty well.
Man, that reminds me of like a Zombies Ate My Neighbor cover almost, like the art style.
Yeah, gosh. And it's so funny because it's classic like 90s where it's all like cool, rad attitude.
Look at those
and then you look
too.
at the back, and the back is just the most like bright, colorful, fun platformer. Doesn't match that style at all.
No.
It's very much like a Rye Star or something. So
yeah, interesting.
That's a cool one. And then we got that classic, the Knuckles Chaotix. Fun platformer. Do love me some Sonic the Hedgehog. I was a Sonic boy growing up, but I never.
This year we were going to beat a game on every system that we own.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I landed on this would probably be the one for me. It's a pretty quick beat. I mean, it's the Sonic recipe. Is this one that you said that you were also going to give, or did you went for Colibri, right? Colibri.
Yep.
Colibri?
So I'll show you my last boy, and this is the one that I did beat this year. We played through this one on stream.
Now, how do you say that? Colibri? I always say Colibri. That's not right.
I say Colibri, but I think it's probably Colibri. I like the way Colibri sounds.
It sounds better.
I love the colors on this box.
I'm sure somebody in the chat will correct us.
And stuff.
Dilch, how do you say this?
But yeah, if you haven't seen this game before, it's going to be real reflective because I've got it in this protector. But this is a hummingbird side-scrolling shoot 'em up. It's probably better described as like a hummingbird Echo the Dolphin. It's made by some of the same people. Feels like an Echo the Dolphin game in a lot of spots. So yeah, Colibri is very good, and this is the 32X game that I did beat this year. So
good job, buddy.
I enjoyed it a bit.
Good job. So that's it. That's the 32X. We did it.
He had a Chaotix comic as a kid, and you always pronounced it Chowtix. I love when people, like when you just grow up with a wrong pronunciation. The classic example of that I always share with people is the Pokemon Feraligatr. As a young kid, I didn't realize that it was a play on alligator, and so I always called Feraligatr Feraligatar my entire life until I learned the right way to pronounce it in like my 20s, and then a few years later I decided that I like Feraligatar better, so I went back to Feraligatar.
I love that. That's better to me. Also, Dilch told us how to pronounce it, so that's good. It's Colibri. That's good. I thought I was right.
Yeah, Top told us too.
Oh, thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. So we were right. No, I have a few. I have a few funny mispronunciations. Actually, both of them stem from the Genesis, which we'll get to. But one is when I first played Sonic. I was young, and I don't think I knew the word chaos, which fits into Chowtix. I called it the Cahoose Emeralds. Cahoose. These are the Cahoose Emeralds there. And also, in the NBA Jam, it would say enter your initials. I didn't know what that word was. I was like, enter your entails. And then my friends would come over, and I'd be like, hey, you have to enter your entails before to let you play. Yeah.
Those are both very good. Yeah. You know what do you call the emeralds that you store in the last car of the train? Well, them are the Cahoose Emeralds.
Those are the Cahoose? There you go.
The Caboose Emerald.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, Sancho, yes. Hermione, Hermie. You say Hermie 1. Hermione is how I've mispronounced it, but I think that's a real classic example of that.
Yeah, I remember when the movies came out, I was like, oh. Wow. I have been wrong for a long time about that one.
Mm-hmm. That's a big oof.
So, Saturn.
Where are we headed?
Saturn?
Oh, is it Saturn time?
Yeah, I guess I'll go first since yours, once again, are amazing. I'm really excited for yours, to be honest. So let me see. I have a video for me. Taking it nice and slow across. Oh yeah, look at those Maddens. I got 97, then what? 98. They're together. NBA Jam Extreme. It's honestly too hard for an NBA Jam game. Couple stupid Dragon games. Then Mike Ditka. Now you can play as the quarterback. Whoa. It's FMV, your first-person quarterback view. It's pretty deep. Warcraft is good. Frank Thomas Big Hurt Baseball, one of my favorites. I was a huge Frank Thomas fan. I remember trading, not for the Saturn version, for the Genesis version of Big Hurt Baseball. I traded like 7 NES games to a kid on the bus for Frank Thomas Big Hurt Baseball. Boy, was I dumb. But yeah, anyway, just some stuff there. Let's flip over to your video here real quick.
Yeah, I think you just got filler. I don't think we need to talk about anything there.
Yeah, let's look through your stuff. Your Area 51. Now, that's one. Blazing Dragons, that's one I want really bad. Just because, look at that cover. It just makes me want to smoke a giant's toe of weed.
It's pretty ridiculous. You should get the bug games, too.
I also want the first Clockwork Knight. I only have the second one that you saw back there.
Yeah. So the Saturn, I have a real fun pickup story for the Saturn. Not fun for eventual nits, though. So I have 42 games for the Saturn, and I've wanted a Saturn for a long time. This is one of the last systems I got, post my collection boom in the early 2010s. So I didn't get this one. She might remember the exact year, but it was something like 2015 or something like that. Mm-hmm. I wanted a Saturn, and for so long I was like, I want a Saturn, I want a Saturn, I want a Saturn. She got me a Saturn for my birthday. And this is like the first time that I think one of the first times she went out and bought me a console for my birthday, which is awesome of her. And somehow, through some freak accident, 2 weeks before, maybe a week before my birthday, I was out at a garage sale and someone had a box with a Saturn and 6 games for $20. It's the only time in my life I've ever come across Saturn stuff at garage sales, ever. But it just so happened to be right before she gave it to me as a gift. So I picked up a Saturn. I came home all excited to be like, look what I found at a garage sale. This is amazing. I'm so excited. And she just had to bite her tongue and be like, are you kidding me?
Wow.
Oh, I felt Saturn so bad. Yeah. So we laugh about it now, but we laughed about it back then too, honestly. Sure. But there is a permanent guilt ingrained in my chest that will never leave. I have a tendency to do this type of thing to her. I feel bad. And yes, she says, other than the PSP, she also got me a PSP one year.
Very cool, man. Well, hey, nothing wrong with getting 2 Saturns in one day. Round 2 Gaming was asking why your games were alphabetical bottom up, and I want to say, and I'm going to guess here, Steve, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but that video was shot vertically sideways, and I just didn't rotate it because the games are easier to read. So those are actually on a shelf, right? And normal,
yeah.
Yeah. I looked at that and I was like, I could rotate this, but I actually find it much easier to read this way, so I kept it. Dude, that collection is amazing. But let's just go through it, shall we? So
let's talk.
Let me get my stack. You have a stack. We might be showing a couple of the same ones here, which, gosh, I'm honestly a little bit flattered I can, because you have some big ones. So let's get. I'm excited. I hope the Shinings made the list for you there, because I love those. I really want them all. I have a
we'll get to at least one of them. You know, there's a lot of expensive Saturn games. So if we're talking top 5, they didn't quite make the cut. But if you want to see them, hang on. I'm not here to deny you what you want to see. A little bonus for you.
Get that big.
We got some Shinings. Shining the Holy Ark, Shining Wisdom.
Yes, please.
Both very, very cool games. I have not played through the entirety of Shining the Holy Ark, but I have played through the entirety of Shining Wisdom just recently, and it was really fun.
You know what? No, if you win that $10,000, you can almost make your money back on this collection.
Almost. So, two very, very cool.
Would love to have a huge Shining fan, especially from that era. My goodness.
Yeah, you'd love Wisdom in particular, I think, if you haven't played it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you saw a little bit of the streams, and as long as we're talking bonus before we get into the top 5, I have to show this. I have to put this. If it's not on your wish list, it needs to be on your wish list. This is a gift from Leah from Eventual Myths. She got this for me for my birthday or Christmas one year. The game is called Mr. Bones.
I love it.
Look at this man. Do you not respect this man? He hasn't traded that guitar for a Dreamcast. So, it's a side-scrolling platformer, and you play as the skeleton. And if you get hit, you lose parts of your body. You'll lose like your leg bones, your arm bones, and you can get down to where you're literally just like a rolling head or a rolling torso of bones. It also is like he literally does like concerts and like plays this guitar in certain segments. It's just so goofy and so wild. So
have you streamed that?
I have not yet, but I'm definitely going to around Halloween time.
Oh, please. That's funny.
Yeah, we'll be getting a Mr. Bones stream for sure.
Good. All right. I'm looking at my stack here. I don't know what I want to start with. Why don't you start with a number? Show us something.
Sure. I've got 5 here. My top 5 because this is a big console. But first one up here, we've got Dragon Force on the Sega Saturn. Yet another of them working designs, good goods. Got us another RPG. Not one that I've gotten very far into. Honestly, this one's kind of tough, at least for me. Yeah. I would like to really give it a fair shake at some point, though, because I love the art style on it. The beautiful disc. This symbol looks a lot like the Horde symbol from World of Warcraft. But
it sure does.
I remember there was a copy of this at a game store near me for a long time, and every time I would ask the dude, he wouldn't give me a price on what he wanted for it. It's like he wanted me to offer something high, and I just never would. So
how did this come to be?
I eventually ended up just tracking it down online for, honestly, probably a better price than I would have gotten at that store. So,
gotcha.
So
So I'm about ready here. I've been shuffling my stack to get them in the right order. If you couldn't tell by all the clanking of plastic going on from my neck of the woods, we've got them. We got them ready to go here. All right. So my number 5. Actually, technically, it's my number 6. I had one I wanted to share just because I wanted to talk about it.
Let's do it.
Now, this is one I'm pretty sure I saw you have this, right? This Warcraft 2?
No. I do not have Warcraft 2.
Okay. It's,
No.
In terms of your collection, I would say it's fairly attainable in terms of price. But I like this game because, I played this a ton on PC way back in the day. Just a ton. Stupid amount. In fact, I played this so much while listening to Lenny Kravitz's album 5 at the same time that I cannot separate the two in my head. A weird mishmash of things, but I wanted to take a chance on the Saturn version. I'm not much of a PC guy, and I was just curious about it. Looking at the back of the box, I'm like, it looks so much like, your just standard everyday Warcraft 2. I gotta try it out. And it plays so well on the Saturn. It plays so well. It's not hindered by the fact that you're using a controller. It's very fluid, lots of great cutscenes. Audio's good. I mean, it checks a 10 out of 10 on the old Warcraft 2, the Dark Saga checklist of things it needs. So I think it's great. So
honestly,
shouting that out.
I thought Warcraft 2 was difficult on PC. I can't imagine handling the difficulty when it actually with a controller in my hands, but I'm glad it's a good port.
It's impressive how well it works, to be honest. Yeah.
Do you have you played the StarCraft port on N64?
I've dabbled with it.
What did you think of that one?
I didn't. It's been years. A little muddy to see, a little muddy to look at, but.
Okay. You saying that, but speaking very positive about Warcraft 2 is telling me that Warcraft 2 is maybe a better, more faithful port, which is good.
For sure, yeah, 100%. And I'll go ahead and jump into my number 5 since you've already got started, and I don't think this one made the cut for you. It makes the cut for me. This is Panzer Dragoon.
Ooh.
Of course. This is going to set the stage for probably some... I have a gnat above my face. I apologize.
Set the stage
for some games coming up later. But one of my favorite games, even though it's simple, it takes 35 minutes to get through. I had to buy the remake on the Switch. I had to.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun. Good, mindless fun. And when I think of the Sega Saturn, this is the first game that pops in my head. I associate the two.
Honestly, I agree 100%. Both with it being a ton of fun, and with the Nat, and with it being the first game I think of. It's like it is the if Saturn had like a mascot game, I feel like it's Panzer Dragoon.
All right, let's see.
You know what it's not though, but what is a cool game that I've only played a little of because I've been saving this one for a long time. We've got Lunacy on the Sega Saturn is my next one here.
Oh wow!
It's an Atlas game, an old Atlas game with that old Atlas logo. But this is a old one of them like adventure horror games, so probably very similar 2D. Like I think this face probably tells you everything you need to know.
That tells me more than I need to know.
You're scared there, so
yeah.
This one is one that I really wanted for a long time. I'm glad I have it. There's another one that's kind of similar to this called Enemy Zero that I don't have that I would really like. But yeah, this is. I played it for about an hour. I thought it had a real good vibe to it, and I was like, "Oh, this has to get streamed at some point." So, well, I didn't think that at the time because I bought it before I was streaming. But I thought I need to save this for when I'm in the mood to sit down and really play it, which has, in the modern time, for me means now I will want to stream it.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I've never seen that. I've never seen that game in a store or anything. And I'm with Round 2 Gaming. He'd never heard of it either. And this guy knows everything. So
it was hard to track down. Also, for what it's worth, kind of novel. It's a 2-disc game.
Does it have the styrofoam?
Right here.
Does it need the styrofoam?
Doesn't need the styrofoam because
it's full up.
2 discs. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because all that FMV cutscene.
Oh yeah. Cool, man. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Didn't know anything about it. Didn't expect it to be in your top 5. When I saw it scroll by, I was like, never heard of that. Probably not important. There though lands at number 4. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Okay, my number 4. Clockwork Knight 2. Now, I've been looking for the first one for a long time. I've always been intrigued by it. So good. Yeah, the art style and everything about it's kind of fun. Look at it here. It's a platformer. It's got a very 3D vibe to it. My stuff just doesn't focus like Steve's does. You know, we're dealing with it over here. But a little bit.
Yeah. You caught a little.
Yeah, I can get a little bit of it there. You know, the aesthetic there is pleasing, and it's nice that it's a mostly side-scrolly platformer type ordeal. So they didn't go heavy into the 3D. It's still very reminiscent of a classic play style. But I haven't played the first one. I only played the second one. Pretty quick games to run through, but again, the first one's on my list. I had to settle for the second one.
Hey, that's still a good one. I have not played the second one yet. I've played the first, and I think it's very fun, and I haven't beaten it yet. But I haven't popped the second one in to go through it quite yet. So, very cool.
Yeah.
All right, you wanted to see some Shining Force? I've got some Shining Force. This is the most desirable of the Shining Forces on the Saturn. That's Shining Force 3. I haven't played through this one yet because I haven't beaten Shining Force 2. I beat Shining Force 1. I got a good way through Shining Force 2. But never beat it, and so I haven't popped in 3 yet. It surprises me that this game is as spendy as it is, but I mean that Shining is so good, and this one more than most of them really has some Golden Sun vibes too, which makes sense. Yeah, just very very fun, very desirable RPG.
I want that game so bad, and cost is very prohibitive, but huge fan of that series.
Trade you for a sealed Ooga Booga.
All right, 1 for 1. You heard it here, folks. I also have a Brett Favre signed my copy of NFL Quarterback Club 2001.
Not with his name, but he signed it with something.
Yeah, he was very upset when he signed that one. All right, my number, what are we at? 3?
Yeah.
This is going to be Dark Savior on the Saturn.
Ooh.
Obviously, it's a Saturn. I don't know why I had to announce that. You can see it. You know, we've been showing nothing but Saturn games for 15 minutes.
Sega Saturn, was it?
Sega Saturn. You've probably heard of that.
Interesting.
It's a disc-based Sega system. Yeah. This one is an isometric action-adventure RPG. It's pretty fun. I've played it. I've started it at least 4 times. And this is where I always am reminded that my battery in my Sega Saturn is faulty. And then I don't get to come back and start where I left off. So I need to rectify that. But a really fun game, actually. And when I sought out purposefully, it wasn't just I found a good deal on it. I saw a review on this and said, wow, this looks like it's right up my alley, and went to get it. Just haven't gotten very far into it. It does have some classic frustrations with the lack of being able to save and that kind of thing that can bite you. But good time overall, man. I think this is one that everyone should give a try to.
I always thought the Dork Savior was a fighting game. I don't know why I ever got that impression, but I've totally let that one pass me by. I'm going to have to add that one to the wish list. That seems pretty cool.
Of the Dark Rift there on the N64. A fantastic fighting game if you're into bad fighting games.
No. Maybe I am, though. But no, that's really cool. Good pick. You got me updating my wish list here.
Update it.
Shining Force Abandoned Witch says Shining Force 3 got localized as actually scenario 1 with the ending rewritten. Japan got all 3 scenarios. That's true, and actually in Japan, if you had all 3 scenarios, I forget, you sent in proof of purchase or something, and there was a 4th like bonus disc that you could get that had some extra content, some extra scenarios and fights and stuff. So there's way more Shining Force in Japan, and yeah, our Shining Force 3 is the first part of the story. I don't know how like internally or how consistent that story is, like how cohesive it feels as its own individual part, but it is only the first section that got localized.
Cool. All right, what else you have?
You want to see that number 2 too?
Please.
What if I offered you a little shiny Magic Knight Ray Earth?
Buddy.
Oh, look at that holo.
I love the holo.
So
please.
This is a very fun, like, top-down action RPG. Lots of like cutscenes, bright colors, stuff like that. It's, even if you know nothing about the anime, it is really fun. This one, a copy appeared for $325 in a local store however many years ago. I can't even remember. Probably 2017. And I saw it there, and I immediately went back home, scrounged up a bunch of trade-in material, went back and traded a handful of stuff to get this, because I was like, the stuff I traded away, I had some extras, and there was a couple like random games out of the collection where I was like, I can get these other ones again. I'm not going to see another Magic Knight Ray Earth for a long time. So I ended up popping on this one. We got the foam in there. And this is there's multiple disc variations, and this is, I forget her name. It's like Emmy or something like that, but this is the blue-haired girl.
Very cool, man.
Yeah.
That's just another one I resigned to. I'll probably never see it or own it. I just live through it vicariously right now.
Yeah, I hate to pour salt in the wound, but it's actually really fun. So if you ever can find a way to play it, I would recommend it to people. It's more than just like a high value collection piece, you know.
I hear you. All right, here's my number 2.
What do you got?
We got that Zwa.
Oh, that's Zwa.
I said it wrong on a podcast. I think it was when you were on the. I think I played. Did I play this while you were around, or it might have been before? Anyway, I said Zwei or Zwei. I don't know how you say it now, still. But I said it wrong, and we got an email from a German listener who corrected me. He was polite, but he was like, "Bro, you have to say that correctly." I was like, "Well,
I think it's Zwei. Like
there it is.
The W is like a V.
That's right. That's why." So anyway, Zwei. So anyway, we're good. We got this one. What can I say? It's more Panzer Dragoon. You know?
Yeah.
It's great. It's actually really shot up in price. I did not know it was my number 2.
What is it, by the way? I'm surprised to see it that high on the list.
Oh, I think it's pushing 150 these days, which blows my mind. I didn't get it anywhere near that, and I got it at market price when I got it because I wanted it. So
I want to say I bought it for like 40 or something like that, maybe 60.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah,
that's a pricey one. Now, Trav, I'm gonna be honest here.
Should we do the dual monitor?
I watched your video for that number 1, and I'm thinking we might need to just, on the count of 3, pop off that number 1.
All right. I don't have a joke nearby to hold up instead. I'll hold up this Brett Favre again when you count to 3. No, all right. 1, all right, ready, 2. Wait, what?
Hit me with the countdown.
Okay, 3. I started with 1 last time. You see how that was weird? 3, 2, 1.
Hoo-yah! Hopefully the timing on that one worked. Look at that. Couple of them sagas.
So here we go.
So, I want to hear your story because I know I through detective work and watching your conversations with other people online can certainly piece together much of it, but I'd like to know, how'd you come about that, boy?
Well, okay. There's a gentleman in our Discord, the Polykill Discord, which you can join if you go to the Patreon and give $1. Nice plug, Steve. Good job.
You're welcome.
A gentleman in there, longtime friend of mine, Round 2 Gaming. He's here in the crowd tonight. I won't go into his story, but I will say some Sega Saturn games fell into his lap. And I assume he's already got a copy of this game, which is crazy to have two. To have one and then have one just fall out of a tree. That's great. So he's looking to deal it. And he dibs, not dibs as in like it's free, but it's like, let's share it with the Discord first. And I see it and I'm thinking, there's no way I'll ever give this serious thought ever again. It's only through this mechanism, through this man, through this opportunity that I'll have a chance. So, long story short, it is the most I've paid for a game, and I was able to take some of the bite out of the wound by trading him some RPGs he was looking for on both PSP and on the Switch. And so I got the price down a little bit to an amount that didn't make me cry as hard. But I'm very excited to have it. I'm very thankful Round 2 Gaming was nice enough to consider my offer on this. And yes, obviously it comes with all the discs. He didn't slight me. We got them all in there. It's a good time. So thank you, Round 2 Gaming, for this prized possession.
Wow.
Easily the most expensive game that we're going to see from me in this whole series. Steve, I don't know about you, but this is
I get the feeling like this game was a large reason why you wanted to do this series in the first place.
Actually, no, I didn't. I hadn't even put the wheels in motion. I don't think.
Wow. So, I don't have as good of a story as you, and I won't ask you any of the details because I don't want to have you revealing any secrets here of what type of friendly discounts are achieved there. I will say, when I saw, if you don't follow Round 2 Gaming on Twitter, I saw this picture he posted up, and if I didn't know the man, I would 100% assume that it was a fake post, because it was like every Saturn game you'd ever want, all the big hitters, and it was just like a casual photo that was like, some good Saturn pickups lately. I forget what he said, but it was just the most massive understatement where it's like no, keep talking. There's more to that story than this picture is letting on.
For sure.
And so I saw that, and all I knew is that you had a juicy juice that came out of that, because you were saying you had a big boy coming.
A juicy juice.
And in looking at that picture, I mean, I think there were Shining games and stuff in there too. So
yeah,
I was assuming I was going to see like a Shining Wisdom or maybe a Shining 3. I did not expect you to freaking have the cover shot there to show me here. So I'm impressed.
So hold on, Steve. What I'm going to do, I'm going to replace your monitor with this tweet picture. So 1 second.
Yeah, please do.
To this and pop this up here. So he shows off this. Hopefully none of my information is now made visible to the masses, but let me see here if I can make that picture big. So there you go. Look at that.
Like, look at this photo. If I took my entire Saturn collection and took a picture of it, it would be like less than this photo. Like, every big game across the top, there's like Guardian Heroes just like casually sitting in the bottom of the left stack. Like, just like, what is happening here?
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Oh, so good.
I mean, sometimes
absolutely amazing.
You just got to get lucky, man. That's the beauty of collecting, though, right? Like, sometimes that happens, and that's what makes it great.
Yep, very true. And actually, I'll be honest here. Like, my Saga is good, but it's not in amazing condition. I got it for a price that reflects its condition, but like we got a little waviness on the back here. You can see like it's a little wavy in the cover art and stuff.
Man,
but this
I couldn't complain about anything. Mine looks great. The funny question in here is, Top Spot says, so anyone play it yet?
Actually, Top Spot, yes, I've played all the way through it. It's a really good game. It's a lot of fun. I'll be honest. We talk about this all the time. We don't always play the games we buy, right? Because we buy them, we put them on the shelf for when that exact moment hits, when we want that exact game, that exact console. It has we want the lightning to strike. Mm-hmm. But sometimes I pop on a game that is so expensive that I almost get anxious. I need to play it soon to make sure it works, and that I'm not getting a bunk disc that'll stop reading an hour in. Yeah. So this one, that motivated me to play this one sooner rather than later, and it is super fun.
Yeah, I very often do that myself. I haven't had this long enough, honestly, to fit it into the backlog yet, but it's bumped up the list for the reason you said. When you pay the amount of money that you pay to have a collection piece like that, not playing it feels sinful. So yeah, it's going to get some runtime, and I'm going to love it regardless. I'm going to come out, I'm going to say that was one of the best games I've ever played. It was worth every penny.
It actually is really good. It is.
Sure.
It is worth it for an RPG fan, and it's surprisingly digestible for, for an RPG that's 4 discs long. It's 15 hours or something like that, so you can actually get through it reasonably.
Oh, nice. Well, that's 3 episodes of Polykill right there. So look at that.
There you go.
I wanted to show off. I don't know. Do you have a Saturn box?
I do not have the box for my Saturn, no.
So I do have one. It's not in great condition. Actually, I have the setting at the very top of my shelf so people can't see that it's missing the top. But it does have all the sides. And this is actually how I received it from the fellow. So it's a little chewed up. It's not the best thing in the world. But it did come with the console when I got it from the dude. And every insert is packed in there, too. So I've just always held on to it because I think that's cool.
Yeah.
And it comes with the bootleg sampler that comes with it, which I've honestly never tried out. I need to see what's up with this. It's pretty cheap. You can get this for $10 online if you need to complete some collection. But I don't know what's in this. I think it just says it's videos and demos. But obviously I love that stuff. Also, there's an arcade sweepstakes. I could win. Look at this. Look at what I could win here. You can see this. I could win that massive arcade, whatever that is. So I better get on that.
Yeah, man. Good luck. Yeah. I can't even tell what game that is.
It was Virtua Fighter 3 arcade sweepstakes. Yeah.
Interesting.
We got an extra hookup in there that I didn't know about. So cool.
Do you do any imports on the Sega Saturn?
I do have the Christmas Nights into Dreams.
Nice. That's a good one. It's a good way to get it physically in an actual CD case and not just in the cardboard sleeve that the US version comes in.
And I have the free Saturn cartridge that goes into the back that frees it up for import activity. Are you about to reach back and grab whatever I just described?
Let's see if I got any cool ones to show for you. I mean, I've got a couple of decent imports. I've got some of the shoot 'em ups. I've got a Batsugun, which is a fun scrolling shoot 'em up, and Cotton 2, which is a good one. If I was going to recommend one game, though,
oh please.
This one is a lot of fun. So, we didn't talk about it on Sega CD, but kind of the white whale on Sega CD for a lot of people is KO Flying Squadron.
Yes.
And a lot of people don't know that there is a KO Flying Squadron 2 that is exclusive to the Saturn.
Had no
and idea. Rather than being a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up, it is a platformer that has a couple of shoot-'em-up levels in it. Wow. It's a lot of fun. It's not super cheap anymore. I want to say it's like 100, 150, something like that. But what's nice is, actually, my receipt fell out of the game as I was looking at it. But yeah, here's the receipt. You can see I paid. Blurry nothing.
Oh wow, blurry nothing. Wow, my gosh.
Yeah.
That is
well, if it would focus, there you go.
Oh,
53.22. This was like the only import sitting in this shop, so I got it for a decent price, and it's a lot of fun. So I'd say check it out if you are looking for a pretty good import platformer.
Absolutely. Man, the import stuff is always a final frontier. There's always something else,
I've been loving imports more and more lately. Every system I like looking at the imports. You can find a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, my favorite app, the Retro Collector app, just released their Japanese Master System, Mega Drive import list, and I was going through there because I like to use that app to check off my want list just based on the cover. Yeah. That's my first pass. Like, do I want this just because it looks awesome? And so that's always fun. Okay, it's time for the Genesis, right? This is the big one.
Let's do it.
This is the really big one. I have a lot to talk about. I brought a bunch of games here, so I have a little more than a top 5. I have a lot of memories with this system.
So, yeah, I have my top 5, but then I also have... I basically have as many as we want to talk about. I've got a top 5, I've got some interesting goodies, I've got some memorable goodies, I've got some gross boys. So let's just get into it.
Let's roll that footage first. Here's your Genesis.
Start out. We talking my Genesis collection here first?
Well, this is what we're showing.
Alrighty. So I have 108 games on the Genesis, and this I've said it a couple times already in this stream, but this is my first console ever. This is where my kind of like my roots started. The first gaming memory I have actually is I was 5 years old. I'm pretty sure I was 5. I was 4 or 5, but I'm pretty sure I was 5. So it would have been the Christmas of '93, and it was midnight. My sister comes down and wakes me up, makes me a 5-year-old up, and she says, "Come on, Santa already came. Come up, let's open the gifts." And went up, opened a Sega Genesis on Christmas Eve / morning at midnight with a copy of Sonic 2, and my sister helped me plug it into the TV. And I sat there and I was just glued to the TV. I played it all night until my parents woke up that morning. I had to tell them that I, had just woken up like an hour ago and opened my presents, even though I'm a 5-year-old. Obviously, I'm not a good liar, and they can tell by the way that I'm very sleepy that that's not true. But it very, very good. Probably my best gaming memory on Christmas. And yeah, I've done a lot of collecting for the Genesis, and I still feel like there's so much more to do. The library is just so vast. Please pardon the camera work too. It's an awkward angle to get.
Are those
to see
marble
those little
shelves? Gosh, what are we already in a museum?
Funny story. That shelf. We were driving by a video. Was it a video update or? I forget which video rental store it was, but it was an old video and game rental store that had shut down, and they had the shelves, like the Blockbuster style shelves, that they were just sitting outside of the shut down establishment. And so Leah and I rented a U-Haul, took 2 of those shelves, hauled them back to our house, and set them up. So those are these marble shelves, as ugly as they are actual shelves from a video game rental store.
Interesting. Yes, I see a lot of people are throwing some shade at the Genesis boxes in terms of
I think I'm gonna have to start banning some people here.
The Genesis box warms my heart, man. They have an almost VHS, Disney VHS appeal to them. I like the way they held up over the years.
Yeah,
huge fan. Yeah, did we just start over there? Yeah, we did. Okay.
Yeah, so we're at the beginning again.
All right, let's. I have 189 in mind, but I have obviously a mix of loose and whatnot. So here is my box stuff. Pardon that attack sub hanging out. It keeps the rest of the games from falling on the floor. I have a bit of a whack setup over here, but this is what we're dealing with. Now, Steve has some really good ones. I don't have as many White Whales boxed. I'll say that. I have some loose goods, but I don't have a lot of the high dollars in the clamshell. That's just the way it goes. Now, when I do collect these, I do try to get... I'm clamshell first on the Genesis. I always try that, but sometimes there's a deal I can't pass up, man.
We're getting a lot of mixed opinions on boxes for Genesis here. It's like the chat is split. Half of these people think they're ugly. Half of them love them. I'm on team loves them for sure.
I like the mix, man. I like the mix. That's why I like the NES boxes a lot too. You get that whole smorgasbord. Looks like a rainbow. It's nice. And then you get the the Super Nintendo, and it looks like a funeral. Everything's black. You can see what the hell's going on.
I do think it looks classy when someone does organize their Genesis games, like, you know, all the early grid boxes together, all the red boxes together,
Yes,
all
I
the
tried
EA
that.
split colors together.
I tried that, and then I can't find anything.
Same, yeah. My brain is too wired to go alphabetical to do that, but I do like it when I see it.
Yeah, I'm with Dilch. They look better than the Master System boxes, which looks like the worst middle school. Now that Mighty Q Dog's fallen asleep, the worst middle school clip art project anyone's ever tried. It's bad. Yeah, they got
Ooh.
Shaq Fu there, which is an amazing get.
I don't want to be calling any out because I don't know what's in your top 5 here, but there's definitely some. I've got a little vibrating jealousy going on.
I love, when you get jealous, I start to love it. I'm like, yeah, God. I say God.
This probably isn't in your top 5, but that Buster's Hidden Treasure game was one of the first games I had for Genesis. I love that game.
Yeah. Now here we're going to get to my loose section, and quality is up and down.
Mostly up. Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
You've got a real rock solid Jenny collection here.
It's not too bad.
Not too bad. It's pretty dang good. I would maybe go so far as to say that you might be beating me on Genesis.
No, I saw one you had in there, buddy.
Well, you shave off the top 1 or 2, and I think we're pretty damn competitive.
Now you just saw one.
And that's what this is a competition, right? We're only here to establish the alpha and beta male, and then
I just get jealous because I'm like, oof, I wonder if I could find his address and see when he's not home.
Hey, you can come rub your fingers along my plastic anytime, buddy.
I'd love to. But I don't mind some blemishes on my stuff. It adds a little bit of character, as you can tell. That's my excuse for having shitty versions of most of my games. But I don't,
I as time has gone on, I've grown even more and more partial towards a little bit of crust, a little bit of history on it. As long as I can read the game and it's not too ugly, like that Phantasy Star I showed on Master System. It's a little grody for my tastes, but you know what? It just gives it character, and it's not fake.
Yeah, and then you probably wondered why did he have some games going the other way there? Well, it's because I faced the good ones out. Really, it's more of a space saver than anything. But this next one that's going to scroll by here, I'm going to show this off. It's pretty funny. I just bought this from a guy in the Discord. He was selling Streets of Rage, that version of that copy of Streets of Rage 3 for pretty cheap. I said, hell yeah, why not? I've been wanting to play that. It's one of the grossest cartridges I've ever seen, but I love it. I love that it's face out.
That's the one that you put the little plastic cartridge protector on the bottom.
I love that. I took good care of that one, man. It's on its last leg. All right. Let's get into it then.
That's some good stuff right there.
Yep. All right, buddy. Let's shoot for the top 5 then. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, let's do top 5, and then we'll just bounce around on memories, grodies, and other good stuff.
Sure. All right.
You want me to hit you with my first one first?
Sure.
Sounds like you don't. Guess I won't. No, I'm still gonna do it.
Slap it out.
First one here. Love the color of this one. Got a boxed copy of Valis. A lot of the spendier games on Genesis end up being from Renovation, which is a publisher of a lot of interesting, usually Japanese developed games. Maybe always.
I have a Renovation right here. They just didn't publish hard enough and only made 9 copies of their stuff then, huh?
Yes, they're harder to come by. They did a lot of shooters and stuff. Valis, this is a real fun one, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, yep, this is why you should always do this. This one is another one where I have the receipt sitting inside the game, so you can see. Whenever I bought this in
it almost came into view there.
I bought this on Halloween 2016. See if we can get that. Just zoom in there. There you go. Yes. $53 for the old Valis on Halloween 2016.
You only pay $53 for games, don't you? That's your thing. I think the last one was $53. You don't go over 53. You call it a day.
Hey, it is what it is. I can't resist anything lower, and I can't afford anything higher.
I hear that.
But real nice cartridge in there. Yeah, real good shape. Nice one. Fun game too.
Yeah.
fun, like side-scrolling action platformers if you've never played them before.
Yep, I hear that. All right, here's my number 5. One of my favorite games. Zombies Ate My Nabes. Actually, it might be... I don't know if it's my favorite game, but my childhood was a lot of renting this. For some reason, I never could come to own it until I was an adult. But not a great shaped box. I think we got a bit of tear up here. We have what I think might be poop here, but it doesn't come off. I've gone at that with a magic eraser. That's just in there. But hey, one of my favorite games, and a little more expensive these days. It comes in at number 5. I was surprised. I was very surprised.
I know it's popular. It just got announced they're publishing a limited run's doing a version on modern consoles.
I bought the collector's edition of that. Hell yeah, I did.
Nice. I've actually never played that game before, so
I'd like childhood to me. Oh, I have one more thing to show about that. Hold on 1 second here.
Please do.
I actually have a poster of this on my wall. Little unfurled cloth poster there. Pretty cool. I don't know if you can see it yet.
Ooh, where'd you come across that one?
Oh, I was in, where were we going? I think Jake and I were traveling to, we went to a concert that was like 10 hours away from us because we live in the middle of nowhere. We drove all the way to Indianapolis for a concert. And we stopped in Dayton, and I can't remember the name of the store, but it was a great game store. And they had a bunch of these posters, and I picked up a Contra one and this one. And they're really great. I mean, they unfurl. They're basically a fabric poster, so they look really good.
Yeah.
Last a long time.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Okay.
Good display piece.
Thank you. All right. Let's take it into your number 4, please.
Yeah, and I have a fun story about the pickup on this one. A lot of my stories about pickups seem to be about me being embarrassing when it comes to Craigslist deals, but I think I was bad at haggling and I wasn't very good at social interactions 5 or 6 years ago, and I'm a lot more well-adjusted as a person now. But my number 4 here. You say that?
You say that.
Yeah. You believe that, buddy. I like the confidence. Castlevania Bloodlines is the clamshell version, not the box version. Excellent game. Pretty pricey these days.
Sure is.
Can't get it open to prove it's in there.
Oh,
yeah,
do you go to the gym ever? Oh, nice. That's a good looking manual. A little flip up there on the inside, but that's still good.
Real clean. So there was a Craigslist post many years ago, and it just said like old Sega games, and the only game that was called out was Castlevania. And I happened to be the first one to message her. She lived all the way on the other side of the cities from me, so this was like a hour drive to go to this lady's house. And she wanted $60 for the Genesis, Castlevania, and a couple other games, whatever she had. And I brought only 70 for some reason. And I get there, and it's like a hoarder's house. She has so much stuff, and she was moving. And there was just like boxes of games everywhere, all sorts of games. And so, as I always do, I asked her, I was like, oh, you got any other games that you're interested in selling? Because I figure, if you're selling some of these, you probably have other ones too. Either ads I didn't see, or you haven't gone through them, or whatever it might be. And she's like, yeah. So she pulls out these other boxes, and I start pulling all kinds of stuff. She had like every Castlevania game. So I grabbed Symphony of the Night, Aria of Sorrow, Circle of the Moon, all the handheld ones, a bunch of games. I probably had a stack of 30 games or something. And mind you, I was only going in for like 4 of them. So I added like 26 new games to my stack. And I don't know why I thought this was like going to be a good haggle, like I was going to come out on top. It should not have worked, but I said, if I added these other ones on, would you do 70? Because that's all the cash.
Nice.
$10, because that's all the cash I had.
Wow.
So I went from 60 up to 70, even though I was like quadrupling the amount of stuff I was taking. And she very reasonably just says like, well, could you do 80? Which is so fair.
It's so fair, is it? You're still robbing this woman.
And I said, no, I only have $70 on me. And she's like, okay. So she sold me the whole stack of stuff for 70.
You're a villain.
And I know.
Good job. I respect it.
But yeah, considering her house was just full of junk, I'm so surprised that this game is in as nice a condition as it is. When she was asking about or looking at what other games she had, she's like, "Oh, I think I got an Atari down in the basement," and I was like, "If you go into that basement, you're gonna get caught in some barbed wire like it's from a Saw movie, and I'd rather you just not. I don't need the Atari.
What if it was an Atari Jaguar, man? Come on."
I know, right? I think she said 2600, but yeah. So I got that for just a great deal alongside a bunch of other Castlevania stuff.
Very good. I realized that I have 2 stacks here. I had 5 loose and 5 boxed stack. I was real proud of my stack. So
do it.
We're doing it. So I'm actually gonna rifle through a couple real fast.
Hit him.
2 to whack. So my number 4 box is going to be Final Zone. This is a game I picked up recently for pretty cheap, I thought, and then I looked and was like, "Whoa, what happened? Who got on the? Why is everybody excited about Final Zone? It's just an isometric mech game. It's renovation. We talked about that, but
yep.
I'd heard it was pretty fun. I'd seen a video on it, and somebody talked me into it, and I was like, "Hell yeah, let's do it." Goes for a little more now, so yeah, this is in good shape. It's got the manual in it and everything. It's good, but Final Zone.
I feel like you're literally bragging on me because my copy does not have. It doesn't have the manual though. I need to just bite the bullet and buy a manual to tuck into my copy. But it's like a manual on its own for that game can go for $25-$30. So
yeah, it has. I don't know why it jumped up in price like it did, but it did. And then I'm going to show 2 loose ones that I am a huge fan of. I have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Hyperstone Heist, one of my favorite games. I got this from a buddy at work, and a guy who's in our Discord, Brian, goes by Briz. He found it. He doesn't even collect, but he was at a yard sale and found a bunch of these. Found some Genesis games. And I was like, "Buddy, that one? I want that one." And he said no for a long time. And then eventually he just gave it to me for my birthday. So, yeah, I guilted him into finally giving it to the guy that collected and wanted it. So, go me. And then number 4 loose would be Phantasy Star 4. I don't have a box for it. I have 2 and 3 in a complete, and 4 I just have hanging out. But
good one.
That looks like a blemish, but that's part of the scene there. So I've not started on any of the Phantasy Stars. People tell me, was it 4's the better one? 2's painful, 3 is a weird transition. So maybe I could just jump to 4. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I haven't done 4. I mean, I played it like an hour or 2 to experience it a little bit, but I played through some of 2 and wasn't in the mood for the difficulty of it at the time, so I paused on that, and so I've kind of paused on the series as a result.
I hear you. Hello, SNESdrunk. How's it going? Oh, LHC Greg, he's going to come up soon. Hopefully I brought that. Yeah, I did.
Yes, hello to SNESaddict, who is almost certainly here for you, but I'll say hi to anyone that's in the dang chat.
Nah, man. He's an addict. I'm just true. A
friend. All right, so you want to hit that number 3?
Yeah, let me just show a couple more here real quick, actually, since I have a whole bunch. I don't know what order. I don't think my loose stack is in a perfect order, or maybe it is. So let me just jump in to show Shining Force 2. I got Shining Force 1 coming soon. This might be one of my favorite games on the Genesis.
It's so good, man. It's so good.
It's so ding ding dong good. And the first one really is perfectly fine. This one just makes it better. Yeah. And it's so good. So one of my favorite games. So pretty happy to own that one. I think this one fell out of order in my stack. I don't think it's more valuable than Shining Force 2, but Beyond Oasis is a great game. And this harkens back to the Cartridge Club, of whom Round 2 Gaming channel is here in support of and represents. I was on my very first Cartridge Club podcast was about this game, and I think I was the only one that enjoyed it. I thought it was kind of cool.
I like that game.
Yeah, it's sort of a Zelda-like in a sense on the old Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. I like it. And let me do. No, why don't you go ahead?
All right, we'll hit with my number 3 then.
Okay.
Alrighty, ready. So my number 3, fun story about this one. First off, it's Rystar. or Ristar, however you pronounce it. I say Ristar. I think Ristar sounds a little bit better.
I like it.
Nice complete copy here. For a long time, I was surprised at how expensive this game became. I mean, it kind of has all the trappings of a game that would get expensive. It was a late Genesis game. It's a colorful, very fun platformer. Honestly, legitimately one of my favorite games ever. This cart actually, this cart specifically, is my childhood cart. This is one of the 15 games maybe that I had on the Genesis. Well, I didn't take good enough care of it to actually keep the box. Although I don't actually remember buying it. I don't know if I got it as a gift or my parents bought it for me used or what. But yeah, I used to play Ristar all the time on Genesis, but I didn't have the box and manual. And as years later, when I was going through and boxing all my stuff up, because I decided to go CIB, I purchased. Someone was just selling the box and manual. It's in real nice shape, very clean. The only flaw on it really is you can tell maybe right there that there's like an indent, like someone scraped a pen along it, but didn't actually leave any ink.
How dare they?
But other than that, great shape. And so I bought the box and manual, and then I looked after it came and arrived. I noticed on the return label, and I didn't notice this when I bought it on eBay. It came pretty quick, and I noticed on the return label, it shipped from a town literally 10 minutes away from me. Like someone a couple miles away sent me this box and manual. So I choose to believe in my head that this was the box and manual that my loose cart was separated from all those years ago, and I'm finally reuniting them together. At the very least, this is a complete original copy, entirely built out of Minnesota components. So,
if only there was a way to know, if there was some serial or model number.
I know,
but you just can't. Oh well. Very good, man. I do have that game loose, and I have played it a little bit. I do enjoy it. It's kind of long, actually, which I think is good. It's a good thing about it. There's plenty of it.
Yeah.
Okay. My next, I guess, box one here, Phantasy Star 2. I brought it up earlier. Not in great shape here. We got some tape I haven't managed to scrape off here. I don't know what was going on there. Someone just used masking tape on there, left a residue. We got a random Sharpied L on the back for loser, maybe. I don't know what's going on with that, but it's the game's in there. We got the manual in there. We're in good shape, so howdy doody. Okay, here's technically, if we lived in a universe where games were just what they were worth despite any blemishes, this would be my third most valuable game. It clearly can't be, because it's had a rough life. But I want to shout out LHC Greg in the chat there. He just joined the Discord not too long ago. He popped into the marketplace first thing and said, I got some games to deal. Does anybody want this scraggly old piece? And I've been looking for Streets of Rage 3 forever. I've 1 and 2 and 4. Don't have 3. And when someone offers you the price he offered me, which is maybe a quarter of the going rate, maybe a little more, a little less, I don't know, but I couldn't say no to it because I'm like, hell, it still plays. And if I walked by this in a store, I wouldn't have done it. There was something about someone in the Discord, someone that I could trust, and even though I never met the guy, I've never met you, LHC Greg. I trust you, though. I trust you now because it got to my house. And he knows my address, and he's not here to murder me. So, how cool. Streets of Rage 3, we got a Grody sticker. I mean, just, it won't come off either. You think, like, oh, maybe you could peel some of that off. I've tried. You can see I've gotten my thumbnail under there. Things aren't budging, and it looks like the label's going to come with it. I'm real worried about just making it worse, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. But you have to. This actually was the biggest cost. He charged me $10 for this part, just having that protector. So that's important there. So there's my number 3, a real nasty boy. I'm real proud to have it. And I'd like to sit it face out in the collection too. All the nice, expensive stuff, and then this guy. Just to remind people that life isn't perfect, man. Sometimes you get a grody Streets of Rage 3 and it still plays, and you just deal with it.
Yeah, but you know what? With that Blockbuster label on top, like that's the copy you rented back in the day. That's the copy that you have all the memories hanging out with your buddies playing if you're someone that played that game. So it's got history. It's got character.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. All right. Ryan H. is in the chat. Hello, Ryan. How you doing?
Yeah, welcome on in, Ryan. Hopefully a Sega fan. And now, number 2.
All right, let's see it.
This is a game that not too long ago, friend of the stream, I guess, friend of the channel, Cannot Be Tamed, Pam, she just did a video on this game.
She probably left us already. We already did the Sega CD.
Troubleshooter.
Wow, I've never seen this. I didn't see her video either, I'm ashamed to admit.
Yeah, well, it's only a month old, so you're a pretty bad friend, but not a terrible friend.
I have a big backlog. I'll get to it.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a side-scrolling shooter where you play as these 2 ladies. Not too difficult of a game, but I think that other than Musha, this might be the second most expensive shoot 'em up on the Genesis.
Really?
Yeah, very.
That reminds me of a game for some reason. Oh, what game is it? Keep talking. I'll look it up.
No, all good. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think I got this one on eBay. Actually, no, I definitely got this on eBay. I remember I was out garage sailing one morning, and I had a eBay auction that I had bid. Like, my max that I put on this one was 120. And I was like, I'm not getting it for more than 120. And I usually on eBay, I snipe in the last few seconds. I put my bid in at 3 seconds in so that no one can get FOMO and outbid me if they weren't originally going to.
Oh, you're the only one that does that, I'm sure. Yeah, good idea.
Well, and that's the end of my story. But no. This is one that I didn't do that because I knew I was going to be out garage sailing. So I put the bid in that I wanted and I went out garage sailing. And it was not. The game was worth more than that at the time. And somehow I ended up winning it. I think I got it for like 112. So obviously silly money for a video game, but it is worth more than that and a very fun shoot 'em up. I would like to get all the Genesis shoot 'em ups over time, but sadly I don't have that mushy moosh. So
yeah,
with no Musha, the desire to get all of the Genesis shoot 'em ups is a little hindered.
Yeah, it was reminding me a little bit, and I didn't get a good view of that screenshot that you tossed up there of the back of the box, but it reminds me a little bit of Forgotten Worlds, if you're familiar with that.
Oh, I've not played Forgotten Worlds before.
Yeah, I could be way off the mark. I'm basing that off one small screenshot I just saw. But yeah, that's an interesting one. I'll need to check out Cannot Be Tamed's video on that. That looks really cool. Okay, next up, my box number 2 is the OG Shining Force. Now, Shining Force 2 I had earlier, but I didn't have it complete, so it's, a little down the list. But this is a great version. I have a manual for it. I think it's a raggedy one. Yeah, we got a rough manual. It's seen some better days, but it's all there. What are you gonna do? Cart's looking great. Cart's in great shape, actually. So this is maybe my second favorite game on the Genesis, behind Shining Force 2. Which is why I want the rest of the Shining Forces you've shown. Force I, Forcens, Force X, the rest of the Shinings you've shown today, I really want.
I played the first Shining Force a couple years ago. No, not even. Maybe 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. And I was just like super addicted to that game. I plugged it in. I would sit there. I remember I had the week off of work, and I would several times in the course of this week, I would start playing it at like 9 at night, and I wouldn't go to bed till like 4 in the morning because I was just so into it. It was so much fun. Love those games. Super
addictive, and not too if you're a first timer to that genre, I think it's very welcoming. It's embracing to you. It's kind of forgiving. So I like that. And then my number 2, loose, Gunstar Heroes. Did you have this one? You have this one in box, yeah?
No, I don't.
Oh,
this is one that I'd like to get.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is one that I came across at a friend's house not too long ago, actually. It was kind of a late discovery for me. A bunch of folks were playing it and talking it up, and I saw it and liked it, but there's so much going on. It's these video game parties I go to, and I waited till everybody was asleep, and I went over there and started playing it, and I played it all night. And I was like, I got to get me one of these. So I tracked down the first copy I could find. And I don't even know what it goes for now, but I still paid like $50 for it when I got it. I think I paid $50 on the dot, so I don't know what it goes for now, but I considered that to be outrageous money at the time. But I bought that because I really thought it was fun and wanted to play it.
Isn't it funny how your scale, your like measure of what outrageous money for a game is, has changed at the longer you've been collecting, and as the like prices have gotten crazier, now you're like $50. Yeah, sure, that's a pretty reasonable game.
Yeah, I mean, even in the last 18, or maybe not 18 months, I mean the last 8 months, my scale has crept up some, but I'm trying to keep that at bay. All right, buddy, hit us with the big stuff.
Hit us with that number one.
Yeah, we saw it.
All right, so
we know what it is.
This is my number one most expensive game on Genesis. This is actually my number one most expensive game in the entire collection.
Oh, wow. I thought it might be the other one. I wasn't sure. I thought it might have been
no,
Saga.
It is.
Okay.
It just edges out Saga by a little bit.
Wow.
And that is Crusader of Senti.
My God. And you paid $14 for it?
No, I didn't pay that price. I was going to pretend like I did, but I paid a lot more than that $14 for it.
Jeez.
I think this is the second most I ever spent on a game. I sold a good amount of stuff on eBay to give myself some kind of play money, and I popped on a copy at less than a third of what it goes for now, but still at like an amount of money that I was uncomfortable with at the time. But thankfully it was not like, it was all side money from selling other stuff, so it kind of felt separate from the finances. But I wanted to play this game for a really long time, and I wanted to have a good showpiece for the Genesis. It kind of has everything I would want. One, it's a Zelda style game, which I absolutely love. It's got bright, colorful, cartoony graphics. I mean, honestly, it looks like a Super Nintendo game, which is not me disparaging the Genesis. It's just like
it doesn't have that muddy. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Their games have different looks, and this feels more Super Nintendo-y. It's an Atlas game, and I love Atlas and the like more obscure stuff that they bring out. So I was real excited to pick this one up. It's a really nice copy. You can't really tell because it's in this protector, but it's got even though it's a cardboard box, it's one of those games where they you can sort of see the ripples. The plastic is everywhere, other than they cut the plastic at the top.
They treated
so
that
the
nice.
Plastic is all the way around. The plastic is on the bottom still, so you can only slide it out the one way. It's got the manual in real nice shape. So this is an excellent game, but obviously this is a recommend you emulate it type of game, because it's just ridiculous how expensive this game has gotten. I kind of decided on this one over Musha at the time because I wanted this one a little bit more, and that's why I don't have Musha, but I do have this one. And yeah, very, very, very happy to have this one. I love this game, and a nice sort of centerpiece for the Genesis, which is my most nostalgic console.
That's great to hear, man. It's always good to get the white whale in the library that you're going hard at. I only have the Panzer Dragoon Saga is my only one so far where I've gotten the big, I got the final boss ahead of time, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that Senti might be the only one. Panzer Dragoon Saga is one too, if you're not counting that like Daytona Netlink, which is
I'm not
like it's basically the stadium events or Nintendo World Championships of that library. It's something that is super expensive, but you only get it if you're going for a full set.
Right, yeah, like stadium events. I would equate that to stadium events and say that Little Samson is more of the saga. You know what I mean? Like that's how you scale it. Okay, so
I guess no, that's not true. I have Snatcher and I have something on Nintendo that's the same too. So I've got a couple of those, but yeah, good stuff.
Okay, let me jump to my number one here, which is going to be paling in comparison. Yours is almost 16 times more valuable than this, but I do have the Adventures of Batman and Robin there on the Genesis. The Super Nintendo version is much more pricey, but this is what I got. That's what I got. I've not played it, actually. I got this for super duper cheap. It was a guy on Craigslist selling his Genesis and a few games, and I saw this in there, and I knew it was worth money, and I went to grab it. And then I haven't thought about it since, unfortunately, because I'm a loser and a collector. But yeah. So there you go. I've got that one. And then my number one loose, we've already talked about. It's Castlevania Bloodlines. I love this game. It's great.
It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah. So we've already talked about it, but there you go. I do have a couple. I'm sure you had a stack of others to chat about, did you? Or did you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No, I have
I'm not
a
trying to force
full
it.
stack.
Okay.
Whole stack.
I brought 3 fixtures of my childhood. So I just have 3 others to chat about. Because I was like you, the Nintendo, the NES was my first console, but I would say the Genesis was the console I had when I got really interested in games as a hobby. They were just kind of curious things my dad would play and be good at, and I would try to play and not be good at before. And then the Genesis came along, and he was like, I don't know, maybe the Genesis it added that one button, and he was like, oh, no thanks. And it became my thing at that point. So anyway, I'll get started. I'll show one here. So when I got my Sega Genesis, I got it... It wasn't Craigslist. It was a form of Craigslist that us mountain people used. It was called the Trade Time, so it didn't use the internet. It was this... I'm sure a lot of locations have this, but it was this regional thing. It was this paper you bought at the checkout counter at every gas station. This little pamphlet, and it had all of these ads in there for people selling stuff, basically like a Craigslist, but in print. And I had been wanting a Sega Genesis for a long time, and we saw one. I remember they were selling it for $50, and it came with 2 games. It came with Sonic, and it came with NBA Jam. And
nice.
So, obviously I played Sonic a lot, but I'm not even going to show that here, but for a good 6 months, those were the only 2 games I had. So I have played so much NBA Jam that to this day, I still consider myself one of the better NBA Jam players I've ever met. And that's only because I was in sports prison with this game for a long time. And I loved it. You got, all the cheat codes. You could play as Bill Clinton and oh man, just great memories with this thing. When the guy sold it to us, it was this kid. He was a teenager. And man, my dad and I went up to their house. It was this trailer in the mountains up on a hill. And he couldn't find this game. He sells us the Sega. And we carted outside to the car. And he's like, sorry, I can't find the NBA Jam, man. I'm really sorry. And I was like, bummer. So my dad was like, well, can we talk you down to 40 for me? It's not the whole thing. And he's like, yeah, sure, man. My mom won't mind. That's my bad, dude. And I was bummed because I was kind of looking forward to this. But then, well, as we're almost to the car, it starts raining on us. Raining and pouring on us. And I'm like trying to get the Sega into the car. And this kid comes out of the back of this trailer with this box. And he sees me. He points at me. And he flings it underhanded. And it goes like, I don't know. In my head, this is like a 75-yard toss. But it was probably like 25 feet. But I'm getting into the car and it comes down and I catch it as we're going in. And I give him a look. And so we didn't give him $10 more. We left. So we got a discount for his tardiness on the NBA Jam. But one of my favorites. And I cherish it.
I love that story. That's incredible. You'll never forget that, right? That'll stick with you forever.
It was amazing.
You make fun of me a lot for being not a sports guy, but I also played a lot of NBA Jam growing up. I had that one and played it with the buddies all the time. I've never watched a game of professional basketball in my life, but I've gotten down with some NBA Jam.
Heck yeah, man! I want to get the boss fight book of that. I met the author at MagFest, and he did a little presentation that was great, and it got me really wanting to check that book out. So
awesome.
Yeah.
So I showed Rise Star, which was one of my big childhood games, and I mentioned Tiny Toons as one of my childhood games too. And I had a couple others that a lot of people I think are familiar with, like Aladdin and Lion King. Those were big ones that I played a lot on Genesis. But the one that I pulled out is as common as it is. It's so sentimental. This is the copy of Sonic 2 that I got that Christmas morning. And it's seen its fair share of things, like the corners peeling up here. Like it's eaten away down here. Like just it's a very beaten up copy. It has gone the distance for sure. The manual, you can tell it's been read. It's all creased up because it's been read 100 times.
Yeah,
but
dude, I love it.
People always ask the question, right? Like, if you could pull one thing out of the collection, what would you pull out? And this is always my answer, because this is the earliest game memory I have, and like kind of one of the first games, if not the first, that I ever played. And it's definitely the first where I played it and I like was in awe, and it made me want to keep playing games. Like, this is very responsible for a lot of the basically for the room you see behind me. And the fact
Right.
that I'm sitting here on this live stream talking to you, right? So
No, I could say the same because again, that was the game that I was going to get that rainy day by itself until NBA Jam came flying at me. So yeah,
Yep.
I can. I didn't get a box with mine though. Mine came loose.
oh, it's all good though.
But that's awesome, man. I think I can agree with you in that Sonic 2 is the reason that I surround myself with video games because I fell in love with it. Fantastic stuff. I wanted to ask you though, because you took over your parents' homestead. You kicked them out, right? And now you took over their home.
Yeah, I mean it was a little more. It cost a little more than that. It was a little more formal, but yeah, you basically have the broad strokes of the story.
You forced them out and then you took them. So that game hasn't left that home in a long time. Has it always been in that? Has that been your room? Has that game just lived there for?
It has left
years?
the house before because I brought it with me when I moved out.
You
for
moved and then moved back. Okay.
However long, but you're right that this used to be my bedroom when I was a young kid. Actually, I was upstairs for a while and then I was down here. But my former bedroom is now just the game room, and so yes, this copy has returned to its original home.
So that's not the game room you're in, huh? Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's another one that I want to share, and this also, all three of mine are a little bit sporty, I'll be honest with you, but this is one that I never asked for. Sometimes my parents would just buy me games, and I'd be like, oh, this is garbage. But this is one that they got me one year, surprised me with on Christmas morning, and I was a little lukewarm to it at first. I said, I don't know about this. I don't know if I'm into this. But then I played it. Ended up being one of my favorite games. And if you played RC Pro-Am, it's the same thing. It's just on the Genesis, and it's fantastic. You ride around in this isometric, top-down 3D perspective with your cars and do a lot of leveling up and kicking butt. And this is my original box, and it's probably the best thing that I took care of from gaming because it's one of the cardboard boxes. Most of my stuff got obliterated, and for some reason, I took good care of this one. I don't know why. But good memories of the championship Pro-Am. I was a sporty kid, man. Most of my memories are from sports games at that time, other than Sonic.
I mean, that's not super sporty. I played
not
all
really.
sorts of games like that. I was, when we get to NES, I had Ivan Stewart's Super Off-Road as a kid. So,
Classic. Had that on Game Boy.
Fred Skull says it's better than League of All's Putting Challenge. Very true.
I have that. That's a good one. Hello, Fred.
And,
by the way, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, welcome in. And best Sonic music, you say Casino Night Zone? Good pick. I might go Ice Cap Zone, though. I'm a big fan of that Ice Cap Zone.
Slap me with that Hilltop Zone. That's my favorite. All right. What else do you got?
Yeah. All right, so I got no more nostalgia.
Okay. I just have one more game to talk about.
Okay, let me go through a couple of these then.
Okay, and it's not even that interesting, but I have to share this because it was most of my childhood.
Yeah, we'll do a little choose your own adventure. I'll let you decide.
Okay.
I have a Nasty Boy in the collection, just
please.
like a brief share, and I have just a couple interesting oddities, and then I have a couple recommendations and one anti-recommendation. So, of those, what do you most want to see?
Whew. I want to see the ugly thing. Because I don't believe you have much ugly. I got to see what you consider ugly. And I definitely want some recommendations and some anti-recommendations. I want it all, Steve.
All right, you'll get it all. You won't get it all at once, but you'll get it all. So let me show you this ugly. And this will not seem as dramatic because cameras try to color correct and things, but so you saw Shining Force 3. You know, a nice regular looking copy of Shining Force 3. It sits on the shelf.
Are you talking about Thunder Force 3?
Yep, Thunder Force 3, the word I've been saying the whole time.
Yes,
Thunder Force 3. Sits on the shelf, you're like, man, this guy, he only collects quality, nice condition games, and then you turn it to the front, and that is some sun fade. That is sun faded boy.
Yeah, I can actually tell a little bit, yeah. Huh.
It's real hazy, real kind of pink. So this one is it's a big lie. I'm tricking everyone.
You are, I hate it.
I don't remember when I got this box, but I definitely didn't know that it was like this when I bought it because I wouldn't have picked it up at that at that condition. Sun fading is one of my least favorite like condition damages. Like when you show the stickered up Streets of Rage, I would take that 100 times out of 100 over this sun fading. Ugh.
There was this game store near me at one point that I think they moved into this like this auto parts store, but their front was just all big windows, and then they had all their games in there, and they never covered up the windows.
Oh, what are you doing?
And there's stuff baked in there. It was all garbage. And then they would also have sidewalk sales where they would put them out and just leave them there all day in the hot sun. I'm like, guys, gentlemen, please, what are you doing? That's
just sad.
Infuriating. Yeah.
That's no good.
How do you own a game store and not know that? I mean, come on.
They must not have cared that much. I don't know. Here, I'll rapid fire just a couple of interesting oddities, and then we'll end on my recommendation and anti-recommendation for you.
All right. Yeah.
So a couple interesting oddities. One that I have is Pure Solar, which is a RPG put out by Watermelon, kind of one of the more popular, well-known homebrews. This is the reprint edition. It's not like the fancy original edition, but very cool turn-based JRPG on the Genesis. Difficult, but fun. Haven't gone all the way through it yet, but I did enjoy it. And then I don't have a lot of just like reproductions of like English translations of imports, but I got these for free from a friend of mine. And so I figured I'd show them here. This one used to be a lot more relevant until just recently. It's a reproduction of Monster World 4.
Yeah.
The PS4 version of this, Ashan Monster World, just came out, so this is a lot less useful than it used to be. And then the other one is Sailor Moon. If you've never played this Sailor Moon game, it's a pretty easy but pretty... Oh, well, you probably just got your eardrums blown out.
What?
Pretty colorful beat 'em up. And I'm not much of a beat 'em up guy, but when it's so colorful, I don't know, it's pretty fun. I actually had a lot of fun with this game, even though it's pretty straightforward as far as beat 'em ups go. So
cool. I like a good beat 'em up. Yeah. For that reason. Sometimes I just like to turn it off and kick ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, turn it on, but turn the brain off.
For the price of free, can't complain. I mean, not bad at all.
Not at all.
All right, that's all I got. And then hit me with your next one.
Okay, sure. So, Steve, we were talking about sports here. Do you know how many regular season games they play in Major League Baseball?
It's a lot. I know that.
It's a lot.
It's like,
even as a fan, I think it might be too many.
Well, their target demographic, which is grandpas, would disagree, because my grandpa used to sit and watch baseball every single day.
That's what I'd be doing if we weren't here. But can you make a guess?
120.
Close. It's 162. They play 162 games, and then if you're a World Series team, you have to at least win 12 more after that, because you got to go through the playoffs.
Oof.
So this game came to me when I was a boy. It's probably after NBA Jam. It was probably somewhere in there, 6 months or so after my Genesis. I was running low on games, man. And my dad's work buddy, his name was Chico. And he was phasing out of his Genesis, and I don't know what he was doing. I didn't know this guy who played video games, but he jumped a bunch of games off with my dad for free and said, Travis should, he'll probably like this. It was all sports games. We had Evander Holyfield's boxing in there. We had James Buster Douglas in there. We had Lotus, some racing games in there, but we also had this number in there. This was a Sports Talk baseball game. And I started playing it, and I wasn't very good at it at first, but I kept playing it because it had a season. It was the very first video game I'd ever played that saved your progress as a season. Not to say that many didn't exist until then. It's just the first one I played that saved your progress as a season. And I got addicted to that. I could not believe it. And I remember at one point I was like 10 and 21. I wasn't very good at the game and it was kicking my butt. But I kept playing it and I kept getting better and better and better. I ended up playing all 162 game season and through the playoffs. I was a young boy. I was probably 9. It's not something that a 9-year-old kid could have the attention span to do. But I did it. But here's another thing about this game. Is that you had to play 3 games in a row. So you had to play a series. So, baseball works. You come into town for a 3-game homestead, and then you leave town, you go. So I had to play each block. I had to play 3 games in a row, and then it would let me save. And so that was a lot of time to sit there and play through those games. But this is actually I just opened it a second ago. I wasn't aware, but this version has the roster map. It has all the rosters on this sheet. It came with a Joe Montana football poster. The manual is pristine. I probably never opened it because I knew how to play baseball, and I was like, I don't need this. But yeah, a great copy of Sports Talk Baseball, and I remember the Sports Talk guy. He said all the players' names, and he'd be like, Julio Franco, and stuff like that. So, man, a huge part of my childhood. For at least a year, I played that game a lot. More than you should.
Okay, this is crazy. I got so excited as you were talking there for a piece of that I ran to my shelf. The only sports game in my collection on Genesis is Sports Talk Baseball. Okay. I had this game as a kid too, and I played the shit out of this game.
Is that a sticker or is this what do you got, a variant? What are you going on there?
It says NFL Films on it.
But is that a sticker or is that part of the box?
No, it's part of the art.
Oh, you got a...
And I don't have the poster and stuff that you do, so this maybe is like a later release.
Interesting.
So fun fact, even though I'm not a sports guy, up through about 5th grade, 6th grade, I was really into baseball, and I was, as far as like kids in Little League Baseball goes, I was pretty good. I played up through the first year of kid pitch, and I got sick of getting hit with the ball from kid pitchers that couldn't pitch.
Yeah.
And that's when I gave it up. But in elementary school, I was really into baseball, and I played this game all the time. Like, I legitimately have put dozens and dozens of hours into this game.
Decent game, though, right?
It was a big game for us, too, because right up there in the corner, Mr. Kirby Puckett. Yep. If you're a Minnesota boy, you're down for that Kirby Puckett.
Absolutely, man. That's cool.
Yeah. That puts a smile on my face, man. Literally, I think I own, like, 2 traditional sports games. I own this one and like an NFL game on original Xbox that I used to play with my neighbor all the time. So it makes me so happy that that's the one you pulled. Very cool.
Dude. A huge part of my childhood. I mean, for years that might have been the game I had the most hours in. You know, that probably was honestly probably over 162 hours.
And I don't think I ever went through a season like that, but I mean,
I can't believe I did it still to this day. As a kid, that's insane. But I did. I made it to the World Series. We beat the Reds in 5.
Way to go, man! And you mentioned that announcer. I can still hear the announcer in my head.
Yeah. And the crowd, the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
good stuff, man.
Did you have something else you wanted to show? Because I was just going to break out a box.
Yeah, let me. I got 3 left to show, and they all group together nicely.
Okay,
it's my final 3. First up, there's a lot of games I could have pulled as a recommendation on like cool games you might not know about on Genesis, but the one that I decided to show is a game called Socket. And if you've never played this one,
never heard of
it is very much in the style of Sonic the Hedgehog. Like, they saw Sonic being a popular mascot and they decided, you know what, let's make us one of those. It's got really bright, very like trippy visuals, a lot of like sort of virtual reality-ish, like inside of a TV, inside of a computer type visuals.
Weird. It's
actually pretty fun, and it's just like a completely random one and done game that exists out on the Genesis that I think is worth checking out. It's pretty cool. There's a couple other these like Sonic-alikes on Genesis. One that I don't have that I'd really like to get is High Seas Havoc. But yeah, I just love the Genesis for all the different platformers on it and the weird stuff like this that you can track down.
Interesting.
And then you mentioned that you've got that your app now is starting to show you Mega Drive games, right?
Japan, yeah. It has regular Mega Drive, but yeah.
Okay, so what I would recommend to you, on the Japanese Mega Drive, a really excellent game is this one here. The name of it is Magical Tararuto-kun. And you may or may not have seen it. I just streamed this one not long ago, but it's a really colorful platformer with big, colorful sprites. It's not too hard. It's like, it's kind of like Kirby level difficulty if you're going slow. Mm-hmm. Very playable if you don't know Japanese. It doesn't really matter. Like, it's just a platformer. It's developed by Game Freak, so, a little Pokemon action. And actually pretty like affordable as far as imports go. As far as like complete in-box Genesis stuff goes, I want to say it's like a $50 game or something. So I'd highly recommend checking this one out if you're looking to do any importing on the Genesis or the Mega Drive.
And tell me, what's the situation for playing those? Do you have to have a...
I can't... I think that it's one of those situations where it might be like a tabs thing. I have a Retron 5, so you can play them on the Retron.
Fair enough. I might need to get a Retron 5 if they can play the imports and do the Game Gear stuff. I might be looking into that, to be honest with you. Okay.
Yeah. And then let me give you my yuck, because I don't want us this to be the last thing we talk about.
Show me this garbage.
I'm going to recommend a game that no one plays, and it's a game that you'd have to seek out anyways. But if you recall, I showed Pure Solar on the Genesis. It's put out by Watermelon. They put out another game under this Watermelon Bits line that I think were supposed to be smaller, more like unknown games. This game is called Sasha Darko Sacred Line Genesis. Now you'd look at this and you'd think that looks kind of cool, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of looks like the cover of a metal album.
Absolutely.
And you look at the back and you'd keep thinking that, right? Like, okay, here's a freaking pre-rendered skeleton.
Hell yeah.
It's just, it seems kind of neat.
Yeah,
M-rated.
Heck yeah, dude.
This is a choose-your-own-adventure game. Absolutely awful. It bugged out on me a bunch of times, and I had to restart it, but it's only like 20 minutes long. It's one of those games where you choose the wrong choice, and it, like, you just instantly fail and then have to go back again. I had zero fun with this. I almost never am negative on games, but like I would not recommend this to anyone. You can tell this was under their budget line. If you can tell, this really annoyed me. So if you look, see there's like a crease running up the artwork.
Yeah. Huh.
They didn't ship this with the artwork in it. They shipped the artwork folded up like a poster, and you were supposed to provide your own clamshell. And so like it came with
it right in the middle of the art.
A manual like that. Yeah, so it's folded all along the like it's folded along the back too, because you know it's just poster folded into quadrants. So it's like got these ugly folds. It is not a fun game. Steer clear of this one.
Thanks for letting us know. And I see Pam has gone. She has left us there. Thanks for hanging out. If you're still there, Pam, we appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks, Pam.
All right. Well, and also LHC Greg, the purveyor of Streets of Rage 3 filth. He says he thinks the Game Genie's a way to play the Japanese Mega Drive games. So maybe I'll try that. Oh, snap.
Yeah.
It's good idea. All right. So out here, I have... Do you have a box, by the way, Steve?
I don't have a Genesis box. I wish I still had that box. I don't know what happened to it.
I got me a box. So, you got a box there. Comes with the whole thing. Yeah. You know, comes with the Sonic Sega. God, I can't get it.
It's the Sonic 2 one too. That's the one that I would want. Oh my gosh.
There we go. Yeah.
That is the console I opened up that morning.
Pretty good. This is the one you opened, huh? This is probably yours.
Yeah, can I have it
perfect?
back?
It's not perfect. And we got it for a good deal because it's not perfect in a few spots. But everything's in here. There's actually a console in here still. I never took it out. But it has all the controllers, all the baggies, all the inserts, all the posters, all the instructions. And I couldn't turn this down because this was selling with like... Okay, so this was the last thing that I bought with my dad. So my dad and I, when my mom died, my dad and I went into a lot of flea markets as just pastime. Like, come on, Dad, we're going to get out of the house and go look at old shit you like to look at, like old tools and whatever old dads like. And whenever I took him to a game store, he would just kind of sit with his hands in his pockets and just look at stuff, like afraid to touch it. But then he walks over he sees this box and he points at it and he goes, "Didn't you used to have one of them?" I was like, "I still have a Genesis, actually." He's like, "Well, this one's got a box with it." I was like, "Yeah, holy crap, Dad, it's only $30? And at this point, he's out of the conversation. He's like, "I don't know what they go for." But he actually found it, pointed to it, and I was like, "Why is it only $30? I mean, it's a little chewed up." This was like in 2017. And I was like, "What's wrong with it?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, it's got the Genesis in it and everything. It's all working." I was like, "Why are you selling it so cheap?" So I took it. And that was the last thing I bought with my dad. Yeah, pretty cool. I didn't really need it. I was just like $30 for a complete box, chewed up box of a Genesis. You know how much I like my chewed up boxes. Heck
yeah.
So I have my boxes all set up behind my bar, too, so it's kind of nice. I don't just have them stashed away. I have, like, a nice box collage of things that's back there. So I'll show that off maybe in a picture later. But what a neat-looking box. And obviously, I turned it to face where it, looks the best. It doesn't have all the chewed-up bits hanging out. It looks pretty good. So that's what we got.
I mean, the chewed-up bits around the corners, too. Honestly, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks used. Somebody opened it and played with it. That's what it should look like.
What a
$30
steal.
Hungry Bill. I couldn't believe it.
That's awesome.
And my dad just walked up to him and was like, "What is this? You have this thing?" Yeah, get out of my way. Is that $30? Go get in the car, Dad. I'm going to buy this. So worked out pretty well.
Wow, that is nuts. Those can't be cheap anymore. I don't even know what a complete in-box console goes for. I'm trying to real time find one to figure it out.
No idea. I know it's more than $30 freaking bucks though.
At least 100, but for that Sonic 2 one, I don't know. Yeah, one sold. Yeah, one sold for 120. So screaming deal at 30. Oof, good stuff.
This was in 2017. No idea. But I was a bit in shock. I mean, I don't have many. Well, I say I don't have many. I'm trying to amass a cheap box console collection. So far, so good. But yeah, well, I think that's going to wrap us up. We went to midnight. This somehow ended up longer. We're right at 4 hours.
Imagine if we had not cut this in half.
I know. Well, we're going to coast into the night here, but I might hang out for 5 minutes and decompress with anyone. Just remember, in 2 weeks, we're going to be back. I don't remember what we're showing off. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And let you know.
Maybe Microsoft stuff? Maybe miscellaneous stuff?
Might have to pair the Microsoft with, like, Atari or something.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
If we're being real, my Atari is one story.
I'm pretty weak on the Atari stuff, but yeah, it should be fun. Later, Dean, thanks for hanging out, man. Also, thank you for that Panzer Dragoon Saga. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
and for the pet dragon.
Appreciate you hanging out, Dean. And if you want to send me a Panzer Dragoon Saga 2, just ignore the one you saw me holding earlier. I still need one, so we will be in touch.
You don't need one. Thank you, Never Before Seen. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
My took us a little, labored sitting here, but I've had fun.
I mean, I'm doing all right. My voice is cracking, and I'm painfully aware that I'm 3 hours overdue on dinner. But other than that,
oh my god, buddy,
I can fill up on a calorie-rich diet of video games.
Maybe Xboxer Briefs. The Xboxer Briefs got excited. Please, everyone, go check out Xboxer Briefs' YouTube channel if you're still around. He does. You've seen SNESdrunk. Maybe you have. I assume you've seen what else is on this channel. Imagine that, but for the Xbox, and that's pretty neat because there's a lot of. I want to say it, and I hope Metal Jesus' lawyers aren't within earshot, but there's a lot of hidden gems over there on that Xbox. So.
there really are. But
check that out. This was an acceptable stream. Thank you, Dilch.
Yeah, thanks everyone for the kind words. And hey, I'll plug myself. Go follow the stream that you see the link to. I play a lot of these games that we just talked about.
Oh, and he's good at it. He's a great streamer. He keeps a good conversation. He's chill. I'd say he's more chill in his own stream than he is here. You're a little uptight here about all your creases and your folds and your blemishes. All your games, your precious games. Very cool guy, Mike. I meant to answer you. I think that box is actually quite not tasty.
I love that you can just say Xbox and Musty shows up though. I think we're not neighbors by any stretch, but I think geographically we're close enough where if I go outside and I shout Xbox loud enough, the echo might perk his head and point him true north. Yeah,
he just drops an ear of corn. What? Who said that? he lives in Iowa. That's a joke about corn. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we might do Xbox next time. We were thinking about it. We originally had a longer night planned for this, but the Sega ended up taking. Well, I'm glad you talked me out of it. I had 3DO lined up and all kinds of stuff, but we're going longer. Yeah. We're just going to have to do more of these. So anyway,
that's okay. I love doing them.
It's fun.
I love them.
Tell me, is your favorite part putting the stuff back on the shelf where it goes? It's kind of a cathartic.
Oh my god!
Isn't it nice?
It's so satisfying. Yeah. So, I will say, for us just like talking about games, there's actually a pretty solid amount of setup required. Like I have to, you have to pull everything off. You have to think. You have to remember stories, which is not easy to do, right? You have to be like, okay, I know some of these have good pickup stories, and they don't like just come right away. I have to like force them to surface. But man, it's all worth it at the end when you get to put them all back on. It's like, oh, look at all the stuff I bought.
Yeah, for sure. And trying to figure out how much time it's all going to take, but it works out. At the end, you got to take the videos and the pictures. That's a Saturday for me. Is just making sure I have everything alphabetical, and I took a video of all my Genesis stuff in the cases, and I looked at it, and so much dust. I had to go back to dust them all off and go back and do it again. The top
I
of
didn't
those
bother
black
to do that at all.
were gray because of the dust. It was awful. People are
Just
begging for a Pico stream. You need to get that going, buddy.
Okay, in all fairness, we
Get it
did do a Tiger Gamecom stream, so it is 1,000% a possibility that I will stream the Pico at some point. I just need to pick up some Pico games and get it working. But that joke could very easily become a reality.
People are in there taking a peek at your Pico, and that's fun. It's fun for everyone.
Yeah, peek on that Pico.
Yeah, it's gonna peek in. Thanks everyone that hung out this late. Hungry Bill, Never Before Seen, Charlie Bailey, all you guys that I only see when I do basically post videos and stuff, comments and stuff. So thank you guys. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Dilch.
The Dilch.
I'm working it out. Dilch. I don't want to say that I'm thinking about Dylan Charles in the shower, but Dilch came to me in the shower. I was like, I should call him Dilch. I bet he'll hate it. And so far he has, so that's good.
I think it's a rock solid name. It just slightly beats out Dilly C.
Dilch says, "I hate you, Trav," which was funny because I had to let YouTube, I had to permit that to come through. It said, "Do you want to block this message? It looks like hate speech." I was like, "Nah, let it in. That's Dilch. That's my boy."
It is hate speech, but I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Until next time, until 2 weeks from now, which, by the way, I think might not... Yep, that's a holiday. We're not doing it on the 4th. So it might be a month from now, Steve. But we'll
that's okay. We'll build it up and we'll unleash it on the people.
Yeah, we'll be back July 18th, most likely, will be our next one. And we'll have fun. So thanks, everyone, for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. And there will be a SNESdrunk video proper on Wednesday, so look forward to that. It's going to be very average. So until next time, we'll see ya.
See ya.